Everyone, welcome back. This is August 3rd, 2023 Planning Commission hearing for the City of Santa Barbara. I will now call the hearing to order at 1:03 p.m. Mrs. Esparza, can we please have our roll call?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and take a roll call. Chair Bonderson,
Yes, here.
Vice Chair Bauke,
Here.
Commissioner Boss,
Present.
Commissioner DeLuccio,
Here.
Commissioner Lodge,
Here.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Here.
and Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
We have quorum. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mrs. Esparza. And with that, let's go ahead and move on to our preliminary matters. So let's start with requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements of ex-agenda items. Mr. Busk, do we have any?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. We have none.
Thank you. And do we have any announcements or appeals today?
Also none.
Chair Bonderson, I have one. I'd like to announce, so I think most of you know, that Allison DeBusk was promoted to our city planner, so I'd like to wish her a public congratulations.
It's such wonderful news. We're so pleased. Congratulations, Allison. So moving on, just before we move into number C, I just want to mention to my fellow commissioners that we will be taking our vote on these two items, July 6th and July 13th, separately, since we had quite a difference in our attendance those 2 days. So we're going to go ahead and start only and exclusively with July 6th first. I'll open this up to my fellow commissioners, but before I do, were there any planning commissioner comments on the July 6th, 2023 minutes? Does anyone have any edits or comments they'd like to make before we move on? Okay. Are there any public speaker comments for any of the minutes for July 6th?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. No, there are not.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion for the July 6th minutes?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second. I'll
Okay.
move it and you're going to second it, okay.
All right, we have Vice Chair Bauke for the motion and Commissioner DeLuccio for the second. Are there any discussions on this motion? I see none, so Mrs. Esparza, would you go ahead and give us a roll call vote?
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Boss,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuccio,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bauke,
Yes.
and Chair Bonderson.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you as well. So now we're going to move on to the minutes for July 13th, and that includes resolution number 005-23. That is for 125 South Calle Cesar Chavez. And also Planning Commission resolution number 006-23 for the property located at 42 Helena Avenue. So are there any Planning Commissioner comments on the July 13th minutes or resolutions? I see none, so are there any public speaker comments for either of those?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. There are none.
Thank you. Moving right along, do we have a motion for the July 13th minutes and the two resolutions?
I'll move the minutes, Madam Chair, and the two resolutions.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Do we have any second for this?
I'll second.
Second, Vice Chair Bauke. Are there any discussion or thoughts on this motion? Again, I see none, so let's move on. Mrs. Esparza, go ahead and give us our roll call vote.
Thank you. Commissioner DeLuccio,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Abstain.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Boss,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Bauke,
Yes.
and Chair Bonderson.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you as well. And we are now going to move on to item D, which is comments from members of the public pertaining to items that are not on today's agenda. And of course, due to our regular time constraints, each person is limited to 2 minutes for this. Do we have any public commenters today for non-agenda items?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll first turn to in-person. If there's anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on general business, that's business not on today's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip. Seeing no movement for that, not have any speaker slips for general business, I'll turn to virtual. If anyone participating on Zoom would like to speak on general business, please go ahead and raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, so with that, I'll turn it back to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Barza. So that allows us to move straight into our first project of the day, and that's item number 3. It's a continued item from April 6, 2023, for a project located at 101 Garden Street. Do any commissioners have any ex parte communication that they need to disclose at this time regarding this project? I see no hands raised, so let's turn to our staff presentation. We have Miss Kathleen Kennedy from the city office here today. We also have Miss Julia Peugeot here today. Miss Kennedy, the floor is yours. Please go ahead and get ready to start.
Great. Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Kennedy, project planner for this project. First of all, as you know, we've received a lot of public comment for this project, a lot of information in regard to the CEQA determination and environmental review in general. So staff is going to recommend that we continue this item based on that. We would like to evaluate the information further and get back to you on that, as opposed to moving forward with stating that we support the categorical exemption. Excuse me. Julia Peugeot is here, as you know, and as part of my presentation, I'll turn it over to her and she'll explain that in more detail, but wanted to let you know that up front. That's our recommendation. We still want to hold the hearing. We'd like to hear all the public comments and want to hear your comments on everything related to this project, housing, and all the other issues. So just move forward as had planned. So with that, I will start my presentation. So just to remind you of the location of the project site, it's actually 6 separate lots, as shown here, on the corner of Yananali, Garden, and Santa Barbara Streets, shown here. We have an aerial to show the existing site. It's filled with a number of buildings, lots of storage and storage containers. This is part of the Cabrillo Plaza specific plan, as you know, and it's the Area A location is what we'll be talking about today. Just a brief project description summary. It's a 250-room hotel. There's subterranean parking. The building consists of both 2- and 3-story elements with a roof deck. And there are 6 affordable rental units. That's new from last time, and we'll be talking about that. And the project also includes habitat restoration of that wetland drainage area along Garden Street. The discretionary applications are a parking modification to allow less than the required number of parking spaces, development plan approval to allow construction of 153,000 square feet net of non-residential development, a coastal development permit to allow the proposed development in the coastal zone, and then the CEQA determination that it is exempt from further review pursuant to section 15332, which is the infill development project exemption. So there have been a number of public hearings on this project. Back in August of 2019, the Historic Landmarks Commission held a concept review, as did the Planning Commission. At that time, the project received positive comments. Went back to the HLC in May of last year, also received positive comments on the design. And then, as you know, it came before you in April of this year and voted on to have it continued. And as part of the continuance, in their minutes, it states there are 5 areas that you wanted the applicant to pursue additional information. So they're listed here. What is the impact on the city's housing stock? Information on on-site housing for employees, community use of the property, donation to a housing fund, and community outreach campaign. And we'll be talking about each of those.
Ms. Kennedy, do you mind if I ask you just to pull your mic a little bit closer? It's
Sure.
so difficult to hear you with all the extra noise today. And you're already soft-spoken as it is, so yell into that mic.
Okay,
Thank you.
will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll go over the proposed project. Not as much detail as previous, but just overall overview. So here's the main site plan. We have 3 entrances, to the property, the main entrance on Garden Street, another entrance along Yananelli Street, and then a third entrance from Santa Barbara Street. There are two types of accommodations proposed, the select service and the extended stay type of rooms. Here's a more detailed site plan. It shows the setbacks. The project meets all required setbacks. There's on-grade parking, 29 spaces, a number of bike spaces and bike rental spaces as well. Here's the subterranean parking garage with 238 spaces and additional bicycle spaces. Here's the first floor plan. So this has been revised. In this area are 6 affordable units. There's 1 two-bedroom unit and 5 studio units, all affordable. So this is in response to your comments last time. Also in elevation, you can see where they're located here at the end of the building, essentially on the corner of Yananelli and Santa Barbara Street area. Just to show you, I'll zoom in here a little bit for the uses. On the first floor, there's the lounge area, bar, kitchen, market area, library, a media salon, registration and lobby at the front entrance. And then over on the other side, the buffet area, living room, den, all of these hotel amenities that we've talked about, and 3 meeting rooms here. And level 2 consists of the additional guest rooms. Go to level 3. Because they've maintained the same number of rooms, they've moved the rooms essentially from the first floor and added those additional rooms or relocated them to the 3rd floor. And here's the roof plan with solar panels and a roof deck over to the left side here. Landscape plan, we've looked at this in detail. Essentially, there's 280 new trees, a number of new trees on site, some new street trees as well, and a number of trees in the restoration area. And in regard to the restoration area, this is the existing wetland drainage area, how it looks today, which would be restored. And there's a plan for that, which is shown here in part of your plan set. Outlining all the plants that are proposed in this area, essentially removing all the non-natives and planting with new native plantings. At the previous hearing, we did discuss consistency with the zoning ordinance, consistency with the Cabrillo Plaza specific plan, determined, at least staff determined that it was consistent with all of those. The only issue that was outstanding was the housing, which we'll talk about. Parking demand is met with the parking modification. And we talked about the consistency with the coastal land use plan and the general plan policies. So in regard to the new information, the specific plan development regulation regarding housing requires an analysis of impacts of the housing stock, and that the study shall at a minimum develop strategies and programs to minimize adverse impacts consistent with city policy at the time of development plan review. So in regard to that, the housing impact study was prepared by the applicant, and you have a copy of that. I'm not going into all the detail of their analysis, and I'll leave that to them to talk about, but essentially they've stated that the housing demand is already captured in the city's projected housing need. There are enough adequate sites throughout the city to accommodate that need, but that they are proposing 6 new affordable housing units, and that any new housing demand will be ameliorated by these units that are being proposed. In regard to the on-site housing for employees, again, they're proposing 6 affordable rental units, 5 studios, and 1 two-bedroom. And these units would be allowed on the site through the state density bonus law. And no parking would be required for them, also under state bonus density law allows no parking. The third item you had asked them about was community use of the property. There's some discussion about this. The applicant agreed to allow some of the amenities to be open to the public. We did, though, after that hearing, determine that all those areas that are open to the public would have to be parked because they're part of the hotel project. So we need to determine which areas could be open to the public without requiring more parking. They have 9 extra, so they would be able to figure out what could be available and determine whether 9 would be sufficient. If more than 9 are needed, we would need an updated parking demand study. In regard to number 4, the donation to the Housing Fund, we had mentioned the Affordable Housing Inclusionary Fund, and that was established to receive fees under the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance. And that wouldn't be necessarily the location for funds if they were to be contributed. There is this HOPE fund that is in the process but not yet approved as a potential place for these funds. The applicant has not proposed a contribution at this time. However, if they do, staff can provide some guidance to the commission about how to accept funds, if that is the case. And then 5, community outreach. The applicant will provide an update on their outreach efforts. They've reached out to the residents, neighboring businesses, tenants on the project site, et cetera. So they will be talking about that today. Some additional information. As you recall, the Coastal Commission submitted a letter right before your last hearing. And they were concerned about the hotel being considered a luxury overnight accommodation. And they were concerned about the parking. So we met with them, city staff met with them, and the applicant team all met and reviewed this overnight accommodation summary that was prepared by the applicant. And in that summary, it outlines why this hotel would be considered a moderate cost hotel. And staff agrees with that, and we've formulated a condition of approval that we've added to your packet today to ensure that the hotel would remain a moderate cost hotel, and the Coastal Commission staff was satisfied with that. Also, we talked about the parking modification and the fact that there are more than 250 parking spaces, so more than 1 per hotel room. They were satisfied with the parking as well. So we've added some conditions of approval. The first 3 are related to the rental housing. So like I said, they've proposed 6 affordable units. So these first 3 conditions relate to that. They're standard conditions. And then the 4th one, the moderate cost hotel provision, is the condition I was just talking about that we created and formulated with the support of the Coastal Commission. Now we'll switch to environmental review. I'm going to turn this over to Julia Peugeot, our environmental analyst, to discuss this item.
Thank you, Kathy. Chair Bonderson, Planning Commissioners, my name is Julia Peugeot, and I am the environmental analyst. And I would like to start first by going over the prior environmental review. In 1983, the Caprio Plaza Specific Plan EIR was prepared, and that EIR included this project site, which included a proposed hotel use. The EIR analyzed impacts to traffic and parking, air quality, noise, water supply, public services, and geology. The EIR found that all other CEQA resources had less than significant impacts. Mitigation measures were identified in the EIR that were adopted as part of the specific plan. Mitigation included traffic issues related to egress, ingress, and queuing, air quality mitigation, which is now required APCD rules, project-specific noise studies, project-specific geological technical studies, water conservation measures, which are now standard measures, and other measures now required by code, such as fire alarms and evacuation plans. Staff reviewed the prior environmental documentation. However, since it is over 40 years old and site conditions have changed since then, and CEQA requirements have changed since then, staff made the decision not to tier from the old environmental documentation, but to instead conduct CEQA review from the beginning. The applicant prepared site-specific studies to support CEQA analysis, and this included special studies related to air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hazardous materials, stormwater, sea level rise, train safety risks, and noise. After many rounds of review, staff initially determined that the project could qualify for an infill exemption. The criteria for a CEQA infill exemption is on the screen. If the project meets criteria, then it may qualify. The criteria is a project that is consistent with applicable general plan designation and all applicable general plan policies, as well as with applicable zoning designation and regulations. A project or proposed development occurs within the city on a project site of no more than 5 acres and substantially surrounded by urban uses. A project site that has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. Approval of a project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. And the site can be adequately served by all required utilities and public services. There are a list of exceptions to using the CEQA infill exemption. The exceptions include location, which for the infill development exemption, the location criteria does not apply. A project that has cumulative impacts, a project that would result in a significant effect due to unusual circumstances, a project that would impact views from a scenic highway, a hazardous waste site, or a project that would significantly impact historical resources. Attachment D of the planning staff report goes through each of these criteria more thoroughly. Following on public comment received on CEQA and the infill exemption, I'd like to provide a little bit more background on a couple of resource issues. The first would be biological resources and the criteria that a project has no value as habitat for endangered, threatened, rare species. The site is developed with light industrial uses and contains a drainage ditch along Garden Street with degraded and mostly non-native vegetation. A biological report was prepared, and the biological report did not identify any endangered, threatened, or rare species, although common species such as seagulls and hummingbirds may occur on the site. The report concluded that the project has no potential to support these species due to the non-native vegetation, the small size of the drainage ditch, and its isolation from other natural areas. Because of the hydraulic connection, the drainage ditch does have a wetland feature at the bottom of the drainage ditch. The project would not impact the wetland feature. However, a small portion of the non-native riparian, about 10 linear feet, would be impacted by the driveway. The applicant proposes to restore the entire drainage ditch with riparian and wetland native vegetation through the implementation of a habitat restoration plan. The restoration and replacement habitat exceeds the requirements in the coastal policies. Because of the conclusions in the biological report, staff agree with the determination that the project has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. Related to soil and groundwater contamination and the criteria of whether the project site is a hazardous waste site, the project site has a history of past uses that include a railroad spur, freight storage, a lumber yard, and additionally, historic debris from the 1925 earthquake was disposed at the site, as well as across the entire funk zone. In the 1950s, a 1,000-gallon fuel tank was installed in the site, which was associated with the lumber yard use. In the 1990s, the tank was removed. When the tank was removed, it was discovered that the tank was leaking. After that discovery, the site was remediated, the soils were excavated and disposed of. The state issued a letter of no further action, and on the environmental databases, the status of the site was changed to closed. That was in 1994. Additional investigations at the site occurred in 2003, 2012, 2019, and in 2022. This was done with the oversight of County Environmental Health Services, which is the state-designated regulatory agency that oversees site contamination issues. In 2022, the site was enrolled in the Voluntary Remediation Oversight Program, and a work plan was approved by County EHS. The purpose of the investigation was to further evaluate the nature and extent of potential contamination in respect to the standards that are allowed for a proposed hotel use. The results of the work program showed that total petroleum hydrocarbons existed in shallow soils in localized areas. Those soils should be excavated and disposed of. It found that low levels of soil vapors existed and that a vapor barrier is needed. Low concentrations of volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, were present in groundwater. And if groundwater was encountered, it should be extracted and disposed. The reports concluded that a remedial action plan needs to be prepared. The remedial action plan needs to include project-specific measures for a soil management plan for cleanup and removal of soils, specifications for a soil vapor barrier system, specifications for groundwater remediation, and worker and public health and safety specifications. The project is conditioned to include the remedial action plan. The project would complete the remedial action plan with oversight from County Environmental Health Services prior to building permits. Some of the public comments suggested or had questions about the site status. The project site was historically on the Cortese list because of the leaking underground storage tank. The site was remediated, and the state issued a closure letter in 1994. In environmental databases, the site is listed as completed or closed. The environmental guidelines on the status of a site and whether it is considered eligible for a CEQA exemption is not clear. Historically, in doing environmental reviews, the city has interpreted the guidelines to mean that if a site is remediated and has a closed status, it may be eligible for an exemption. The environmental review was done consistent with other projects that contain closed sites. Public comment suggested a different interpretation, that a project site that has historically been on the Cortese list is not ever eligible for a CEQA exemption. Citywide, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these closed sites. The city has closed sites across the Funk Zone, in the downtown area, and through the Upper State Corridor. This is not unlike other urban areas. Due to this, staff recommend a continuance of the project so that we have time to look into this issue and whether a closed site is eligible for a CEQA exemption. This issue also has the ability to set a precedent on how these other sites would be analyzed. And with that, I'll turn it back to Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. I'm going to jump ahead here to the conclusion of my presentation. So these are the discretionary applications again before you today. The parking modification, the development plan, the coastal development plan, and the CEQA determination. There are a number of findings associated with each action. These are in your staff report, expanded on a little bit more than they are here, but this is the environmental review finding, the parking modification finding, the coastal development permit findings, and the development plan findings. So we had a recommendation previously of support for the project. At this point, we are recommending, based on what Ms. Peugeot just explained, a continuance to further evaluate the CEQA determination. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, both Ms. Kennedy and Ms. Peugeot. Next, we would like to welcome the applicant team up to present. Please just remember you have 15 minutes. And as always, if any portion of your 15 minutes remains after you are done, we'd welcome you to use it at a later time to rebut if you wish. Okay?
Chair Bonderson, I have one more thing I just wanted to
Certainly. I'll
tell
let
you.
you jump right in.
I'll jump in first.
Please.
Michelle Bedard from Transportation Planning is here as well, so if there are any questions related to that, she's available.
Thank you. Glad to have her here. Mrs. Sparza, when you are ready, I'll have you start the timer. And as always, just introduce yourself. We'll get you back on record, and if somebody else comes up to speak, just start by introducing yourself. Thank you.
All right. Thanks again, Kathy and team. My name is Sean Gilbert. I met you guys last time. It's good to be back. It's been several months. I had kind of a way I was going to start with this, but it's obviously changed. I mean, we just got notified, a couple minutes ago that they were going to recommend to continue it. But I do want you guys to know that we've spent considerable amount of time addressing what you guys asked us to do, right? And when it comes to on-site housing, we did a housing study that was not an easy task. There are no guidelines for which we can do this, so it spent a considerable amount of time doing that, redesigning the plans to get something where Chair, you had asked us to see if we could find something that was a hybrid. We feel this is a good hybrid. The housing fund, I think I'll add a little bit more color to what Kathy said. We didn't staunchly deny wanting to contribute to the housing fund, but there is none. And so the legal way to contribute to it, I think, is still very much a gray area that we need clarity on. We are open to that, although based on the housing study, we do feel like we've addressed it. Tenant outreach at the site, we are not the landlords, but we did talk with the Wright family, and they have been in constant contact with all of them to give them, direction and so on. Community outreach, we had several small meetings with groups, and we had one large community meeting, of which we talked for a couple hours, got everyone in the room and kind of got their thoughts. I would say the overall tone of it was not in opposition of the project. It was like, how can you be a good neighbor, right? We were viewing this in a way that I thought, your comments last time and the community's comments were valid, right? We viewed ourselves as the Garden Street corridor with being neighbors to the Funk Zone. And so, there are limitations to what we can do from a design perspective. We're not going to try to be the Funk Zone from a design perspective, but we did address all those. And so out of that meeting, we had several community members reach out to us, ask us questions and comments, and we did several things in the design to address that. One of them was, the marketplace, right? We increased that by 3 times because not only did we think our extended stay guests could benefit from a grocery store, but so could the community, right? So there were some really valid comments there. When it came to Yananali, we got the comments that, hey, the design on that corner looks like you forgot about us, right? And so we redesigned that. We stepped back. We meet obviously current setbacks off of Yananali, but the 3rd floor we set back even further, and we opened it up to make sure we didn't feel like we were turning our backs onto Yananali. So there's several things we did. I think the other thing they addressed was the public amenities, right? In business, we don't want to turn away people from eating at the restaurants or anything like that. But when we were here last time, we had all agreed that we were going to be exempt based on the code and all of that. And so we actually redesigned the plans, submitted them, and then found out we weren't exempt to parking. We would have to park every single person that came into the restaurant. So we really did try, and that probably set us back, a month or two where we all thought we could do it, and turns out we can't. I think the one thing I do want to touch on, because it has been years of work to get to this CEQA exemption. I mean, we essentially did CEQA-level reports and documents and all of that, where I would say a year of the process before we got deemed complete was dealing with Santa Barbara County Health and making sure that we had an approved work plan to remediate the site. We all know this isn't new information, and that's the frustrating part for us is we keep going down this rabbit hole where it's like, okay, we address the community's needs, we address your guys' needs, and then something that's already been there. It was the CEQA exemption and the reports were all there last planning commission, right? And so we sat there and went through and jumped through all these hoops to get back in front of you guys just to be told all of a sudden there's new information. It's not new information. I mean, we did everything we had to do and were supposed to do to get to this point, right? So it's frustrating to know that, like, how do we know that if we go back, we think about this some more, we come back to you, that it's just another thing, right? We are not going to solve all of the city's problems with one project, right? And we're not going to make everyone happy, right? So this is a great project. It's a step in the right direction. It's a better use of the site as it is today, and we will be good stewards of the property. There are conditions of approval where we can't move an inch until we remediate this site. So if they go back and say, hey, you need to do X, Y, and Z, you need to remediate, guess what? We are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and kicking out tenants before we even have an approved project. It doesn't make sense, and it's not right. It's not right to them, it's not right to us to know that, hey, go dig around some more, let us know. We've got approved work plan that spent probably a year's worth of going back and forth to get to, and we will remediate the site. We're not going to sneak around that, but you don't do it before you have an approved project. So I think for us, we've done everything that was asked of us. We keep going through all the hoops, and then just for something else to pop up, we want to get this to a vote today. I think it's important to us. I think it's important to move the project along, and we'll deal with what happens next. But I think it's not okay for us to go think about something again that's been thought about for years. I mean, we're going on 4 years where they came in front of you and talked about a hotel project. And again, the level of detail in which we had to do reports and studies and all of that to get deemed complete, it is CEQA level. So I don't think anyone is trying to cut any corners. We've thought about this. We've gone through all the reports and research. And the only step that would probably further this outside of them seeing that, I mean, it sounds like there's already precedence that the city has, when it's a closed site, it's CEQA exempt, right? So I think if that's important to understand. But other than that, there's no way for us to remediate the site without an approved project, right? And so I just want to lead with that and let you guys know, we would kindly respect everyone's time, and let's get to a vote today and see kind of where we go from there. So thank you. I'll hand it over to Brian. He'll get into the details.
Chair Bonderson, members of the commission, Brian Cornell, Dave Ireland is with me, as well as Courtney Jane Miller. We're here to answer questions. I'll go through the revisions to this quickly. I can push the buttons, Dave, but I think Kathy already explained. Which one is it? Right here. Okay, awesome. Kathy already explained the site. I'll keep this microphone close. And where the residential was, which you see here, select service on one side, the extended stay on the other, the parking below. The basic plans. What this yellow area shows are the areas that have been revised since you saw it last. Whoops. Sorry. So that area came forward along Garden, and we revised that little yellow piece along Yananali pursuant to the community outreach. The landscape plan, which Courtney is here if you all have questions about that. And then these are the revised views. Again, from the corner of Yananali and Garden. The Monterey style was very important to Bill Wright, and we have retained that. And by the way, Sean's a little off. We started working on this project almost 8 years ago. It was conceived originally for Woodridge Capital, and Sean took over 4 years ago. So this goes way back. This illustrates the revision to the front along Garden. I can kind of toggle. You can see what it was before and where we added those rooms to replace for the residential units that were installed. Sorry, my finger's too big. Let me go back. So that illustrates along Garden. Nothing has changed in this view. Nothing has changed in this view, which is obviously important from a mountain view standpoint. Along Santa Barbara Street, nothing has changed. And then this is the change along Yananali. You can see we pulled the third floor back. This is what it looked like before. And so that is the presentation. We've got a few minutes left. I want to leave some time for us. But I have to say that I am more than disappointed to see the outpouring of letters in the 11th and a half hour on this project. And what I don't understand is the two issues that are raised from an environmental standpoint are, one, the wetland, which is a drainage ditch, which is going to be restored and made better, and probably more amenable to habitat, and two, the cleanup. And you can't clean the site up without a project. No one will pay for that. So we're going to do more tests, or we're going to do environmental review to determine that, yes, indeed, there are toxics in the soil, and spend another 6 months, a year, in fact, if this has to be an environmental impact report, only to be right back where we are, which is needing a project to be able to spend the money to clean up the site. I don't get it. I mean, I hate to use this word because it's overused these days, but this is the weaponization of CEQA, and it's just wrong. So I want to echo what Sean asked, is that there should be a decision today, whether it is an approval or a denial. I think it's not right for an applicant to spend this kind of time and this kind of effort and go through all of the steps necessary, and because 12 letters come in the 11th hour, you would continue the project to do more potential environmental review. We'll leave the 4 minutes and a half for comments later. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to just have Mrs. Sparza confirm the remainder of the remaining time on the clock for the applicant, please.
It is 4 minutes and 26 seconds left.
Okay. Those are yours to use as you like. So next, we will go to public comment. Would you, Mrs. Sparza, let us know if there are any public commenters here in the room today or virtually waiting?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. We do already have speaker slips coming in. If anyone else in the audience who has not submitted a speaker slip and would like to speak, please fill one out. They're located in the back of the room, then turn it into staff. So starting in person with Wallace Piat. Mr. Piat, if you could please come to the podium, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
How much? For 3? Oh, nice. My name is Wallace Piat, and I'm part owner of Loveworn Clothing on 11 Anacapa Street, and I also own an art gallery right next door. I've had an art studio in Containerland, where this thing might go, for at least 12 to 13 years. We create all the clothes there. I create all my art. I sell my art all around the world. I've had clothing stores with Jill Johnson on State Street since 1991. I've been around town for 42 years. I went to college here, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is the deal. I know there's got to be change, and change is inevitable, but this hotel is just so... What happens on State Street back in year 2000 was the corporates moved in. It became Any Street USA. It became uncreative, and look at the state now. What's going on is the funk zone was always artists, is always funky. Now all of a sudden you have this mainstream beige hotel move in, and it has nothing to do with the scene there. And I get, if you're going to do a hotel, okay, that spot is perfect, but let's do something more creative, more tangible with what we have in the funk zone. What are we going to have, a Chuck E. Cheese and a TGI Fridays on the next block? I think that I also figure that after art and everything, during the day, I go out to Yananali, and once in a while I have a cigar, and I sit outside there, and the last 7 years, I've noticed the most insane traffic, because you have the Garden Street ramp right there. It's backed up all the way to Garden, and then you also have on Yananali, you have backed all the way to State Street. And you know something, I've seen it get worse and worse and worse. This huge hotel right there, they say there's not going to be any traffic problems. Baloney. It's going to be really, really bad unless they get some kind of valet service, which they probably won't, because California Hotel is very high-end, and they have like 5 or 6 valets there. Anyway, I'm really against it, and I think that we could do a lot better. I think we could be more creative, and I think the big thing is housing. They made 6 units for housing. I mean, how many people are going to be employed by this place? Anyway, I'm very, very against it, and I want change, but tradition shouldn't be the enemy of progress, I don't think. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll see you around.
Thank you. Our next in-person speaker is Rich Unterman.
Thank you. Hi. Brian, no, I'm not one of those 11. My name's Rich Unterman, and my wife and I built a 24-3-room hotel. Brian helped us with it 20 years ago, so I know a lot about hotels. And this one is really way out there in every level. And everything the last person spoke about is true. We're going to get traffic worse. We're going to have housing worse. We built 9 housing units when we built our 23-room hotel, 9. 4 on De La Vina, 4 on Cannon Perdido, and 5 on De La Vina. We subsidized our employees whenever they were having trouble. It's a huge problem. So I'm not going to talk about that. Look at that. I haven't done much time yet. I'm just reminding myself. When I wrote you a letter on the 19th, you probably have it. And I'm not going to go over that, but I think our needs in 2023, 40 years after the specific plans, are totally reversed. We don't need more hotels, we need more housing. And there's a 6-lot configuration. They should work within it. It would be very interesting and somewhat reminiscent of the stuff that's there now. I want to talk about 3 other things. First of all, water. The amount of water that's allowed is 10,000 gallons a day. The EPA and others say that 10,000 gallons will support about 100 rooms. And many hotels do a lot more. So even with water-saving devices, people who come to hotels don't care about your problem. They've got recreation. They're not going to stop their shower because you're paying the bills. So here's what I would recommend. The developer obviously thinks that they're going to make it do it. So hold them to 2.46, have the water bill double when they hit that point. And we'll see then. The next one is recreation. What they have done is take every inch of land that isn't a building or a road and call it recreation. Have a picnic in the bio swale with your kids? Sure. Have another picnic in the little setback or whatnot? This is absolutely fraudulent. The third one is energy conservation. The 83 plan calls for cross ventilation. 250 rooms, there are 30 of them that have 2 windows. Everybody else is 1 window. Cross ventilation is typical in Santa Barbara, and it's easy to do. You don't have to think about it, turn the fan on, open both windows, you get through. So I think that the idea of having closed rooms, 220 of them, is not right. Thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you. Next, we have Brittany Zajic, and Ms. Zajic will be pooling her time with Jenny Bruel for a total of 5 minutes.
Chair Bonderson and the members of the Planning Commission. I again stand here proud and privileged to represent the Funk Zone community through nonprofit organization Keep the Funk. Keep the Funk was formed just a year ago to start holding accountability to the influx of developments coming into the Funk Zone, looking to maximize profits by capitalizing on the community they return no benefit to. Our mission is to preserve the unique character of the neighborhood and support a healthy balance of residents, small businesses, locals, artists, fisher people, and tourists. A sincere thank you for asking the developers to consider community benefits in the previous hearing. The biggest challenge I see present here today is that an out-of-town development group has spent the last 4 years designing the project behind closed doors. By a quick show of hands, may I please ask everyone here today in opposition of the project to please raise your hands or online, if that's possible to track. Welcome to Santa Barbara. We care about the environment, we care about our people, and we fight large projects that threaten our fragile ecosystem of community development. Since the last hearing, we had a private meeting with the developers in which we were potentially offered use of hotel conference rooms, weekday parking in the flood risk underground parking, and a visitor center. And then they held a community meeting that was rescheduled numerous times, not Zoom-friendly, and not a single community benefit was actually discussed. The developers have not fulfilled your ask of bringing community value to this project. No project is going to be successful in this neighborhood when community benefit is only prioritized after they seek the approvals they're getting from the city. Our ask to the committee today: delay consideration until a CEQA document is prepared. This process is meant to benefit everyone, and everyone involved is allowed the opportunity to understand the impacts of what we are talking about for the next 100 years. Let this environmentally driven community fully grasp the details and ask the questions so we can feel good about what's going on in our neighborhood and maybe even end up supporting it. Asking for CEQA exemption is the opposite of accountability. Or reject the proposal as it is proposed today and ask the right family to come back to us with another concept more suitable for today's climate. I don't need to remind you, but we have strayed so far away from Bill Wright's original vision. Plans from 40 years ago do not carry as much weight as the modern day plans to respond to the present day housing crisis and climate change. Sea level rise, higher groundwater levels, and increased flood risks represent changed circumstances that render the site unsuitable for this project. And another reminder that this project is not exempt from CEQA. Stop letting out-of-town developers bully the city into making this quick decision. This is not going to impact them. All I hear is we've been working on this for 4 or 8 years and have spent a lot of money. You spent 4 of those years behind closed doors. And that's your fault for not knowing the community you were coming into to better understand. We're talking about a project that has a 100-year lease forever changing this area. Please, let's be deliberate about this. And I have considerations for the developers today. Concessions necessary for this project to actually have a manageable impact on the community you're coming into. Scale it down. What actual data has been presented that a boutique hotel wouldn't pencil out? Because becoming profitable 10 years later is not viable? That's such a small concession for coming into a neighborhood you only want to capitalize upon and have yet to propose any meaningful value to. A 50% decrease in the number of rooms and reducing the footprint can allow for actual community benefits to take place. Give the tenants that have been there for decades much more time to find new space, less traffic, less air pollution, less car pollution. Reduced footprint can allow for more usable space of the outdoor areas. Local artists can be commissioned for sculpture gardens. We can bring in local or native vegetation for botanic gardens with and through the sculpture walk, less traffic, and alleviate the need for any of this underground parking that is a huge risk for flooding. And overall, less parking people to evacuate in the outcome of a storm. Thank you for your time, and you'll now hear from Anna Citron.
Thank you. Next, we do have Anna Citron. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Bonderson and Planning Commissioners. Anna Citron.
I'm going to ask you just to stay as close as you can because it's so hard for us to hear.
Okay, how's
Thank you.
that?
It's getting
I'll try
louder
my
out
best.
there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Bonderson and Commissioners. Anna Citron with the Law Office of Mark Chatillo, speaking on behalf of Keep the Funk. As you heard from the developer team, they are upset that we are now requesting additional CEQA review. And as Ms. Zajic just stated, of course, most of the process that's occurred so far has occurred behind closed doors. And while there may have been studies prepared that spoke to environmental impacts, those studies were not provided to the public. There was no opportunity for public comment like you would have if there had been a mitigated negative declaration or an environmental impact report, in which case we could have submitted these comments well in advance, had them considered by staff, had meaningful mitigation measures, incorporated, and that would have been a much better process. So we are asking that you do, in fact, follow staff's recommendation and continue this, and specifically continue it with direction to perform environmental review. We submitted a letter, and at least 2 other law firms also submitted letters clearly explaining why this project is not exempt from CEQA. And this is both because it does not qualify for the Class 32 infill exemption and because exceptions to the categorical exemptions apply. With respect to the criteria for the infill development, several of those criteria don't apply here. I'll just speak briefly to one because of the time, and that is that the project must be consistent with all applicable general plan policies. Now here, this project's in the coastal zone. Those applicable general plan policies include your certified local coastal plan and coastal land use plan policies. We included a comprehensive list of policies that are implicated by this project and that require additional analysis. In particular, I want to draw your attention to policies that prioritize coastal-dependent uses, such as support facilities for the commercial fishing and boating industries that exist currently on this site and would be displaced. So those policy conflicts need further evaluation and actually preclude the use of this exemption. We also have the hazardous sites exception that's been discussed, and insofar as there is a question about its interpretation, I would direct you to the overarching interpretive principle of CEQA, that it be interpreted in such a manner to afford the fullest possible protection for the environment within the reasonable scope of the statutory language. Briefly, the remedial action plan that's been discussed to address the contamination issues, that is properly part of the project that needs to be analyzed in the environmental review document. And that would itself have other environmental impacts from trucking, et cetera. I will be followed by Mr. David Revelle, who will be speaking further to the coastal hazards issues. Thank you very much.
Let's see, we will actually have Mark Chitillo speaking next, who is pulling his time with Mary Rose for a total of 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Mark Chitillo, and I'm here on behalf of the organization Keep the Funk. We did submit a written letter, including a study, an evaluation by Dr. David Revelle, who will be speaking after me by Zoom. And we'll talk about one of the critical site constraints that I'll touch on right now, and that is the risk of flooding from both sea level rise as well as from the creeks, the fluvial risks that were not part of the conditions that existed in 1983 and represent changed conditions that are substantial and significant, not only for the flooding itself, but for the risk to occupants, as well as the potential for contamination of waters that go to the surface, the toxic tide issue. Back in 1983, Al Gore had not started talking about sea level rise or global climate change. We're now living it. And I think we all recognize, and Dr. Revelle is a nationally recognized expert who is qualified to have rendered his opinion and his analysis of the Moffett and Nichols sea level rise analysis. And I would encourage you to look carefully at that, and we'll hear from Dr. Revelle in a minute. But the other change to the project from 1983 is the underground garage. So the primary mitigation to avoid the sea level rise and flooding risks was to raise the finished floor of the first occupied level. But the garage is 13 feet or 10 feet below that. The upper level, the first floor is at a 13-foot elevation, but the garage is at 3.5 feet elevation, which means it's going to be routinely subjected to flooding. Some of the materials indicate that there will be an accumulation of groundwater in the garage or around the garage that will require to be pumped out and treated, because that leachate will be contaminated by the existence of the contamination in the soil and the groundwater in that area. As Ms. Citron indicated, these are all components of the project that need to be considered through environmental review. Turning to the specific plan, the city is not subject to a development agreement. As best I can tell, I've queried county council or city attorney and staff on this. There is no binding legal agreement other than the adopted specific plan. This project does not conform to that plan in several respects, so the Planning Commission has considerable discretion, complete discretion, to change this project to require the housing that we believe is necessary and to otherwise ensure that this project does conform to current policies. You heard from Ms. Citrin just now that the categorical exemption is inappropriate because the project doesn't qualify for those. But I want to, and Mr. Kernal mentioned the hazardous materials issues, but I want to list the other issues that this project's revised project description implicate and need to be addressed in the environmental review. First, there's housing. And we saw the housing impact study was inadequate, to be generous. It failed to address, and this should be your direction to the applicant, in my opinion, that the housing impact study needs to address how the housing demand from this particular project, the 60 employees, how they will be housed in Santa Barbara. The housing element, the housing impact study said, let them eat cake. They will be driving on 101 with the rest of the commuters. That's not what we want. We want to provide a way for our workforce and our employee base to be able to work in, to live in the same community that they work and not export that housing outside of the area. So that the housing issue alone should be considered within the environmental document. And there needs to be direction to prepare a legally sufficient and a comprehensive housing impact study. Second, the geology and flooding issue, which we have discussed, and the hazards, and you'll hear from both Dr. Revelle as well as Catherine Anderson by Zoom concerning those issues. The policy inconsistencies, which Ms. Citrin mentioned. The train risk, which we referred to in our study. This is a national hotspot for pedestrian train conflicts, and that issue needs to be addressed. Stormwater running from this site when there is no place for it to run downstream because it is at a low point in our city. Biological resources, air quality, greenhouse gases, traffic and circulation. You heard testimony that the circumstances have changed dramatically. The character of the funk zone, and this is really what Keep the Funk is focused on. We want to preserve the character of the funk zone, and we don't need another mega hotel that's going to present a unified vision to this area. Water, recreation, open space, and energy. So we ask that your commission direct staff to prepare an EIR to commence this environmental review process and move forward on that track. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And that ends my in-person public comment. Unless there's anyone out there who would still like to comment, please fill out a speaker slip now. Not seeing any movement, so we'll go ahead and turn to virtual public comment on Zoom. If there is anyone participating virtually who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Already have a couple raised hands, so I will go in the order that they appear on my screen. So first up is Joseph Schaff. We're sending you an unmute request. Please unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Joseph Schaff. I'm the president of GeoEnviro Services. We're the environmental consultant for the project. We've been working on this project since 2016, and we've done several assessments of hazardous materials on site. And I'm just here to support the project. We do have a work plan ready to go that's to be implemented. With approval of the project, that will further evaluate the project, and then based on that, we'll prepare plans for mitigation and remediation to mitigate any environmental risks. So I'll be here for the meeting, and I just wanted to show my support for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve Johnson. Mr. Johnson, we're sending you an unmute request. Please unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I have a particular concern with the below-grade parking garage. If it is allowed at all, it's just barely. If the project was a residential project, the below-grade parking would not be allowed by FEMA or NFIP. Because it's a hotel, it's somehow considered non-residential. But common sense dictates that if there's a safety issue with an apartment above subgrade parking in the flood zone. There's got to be a safety issue with a hotel. The uses are just not that different. Another issue is it's identified as being part of the AH flood zone. But an important question, which I see not addressed anywhere, is it a coastal? Is it in a coastal A zone? FEMA requires local communities to make that determination. They're supposed to make the assessment of whether a property is in a coastal A zone. Nowhere have I seen in a staff report address that issue. If it is in a coastal A zone, a subgrade parking structure is not allowed. Another factor is FEMA and NFIP encourage communities to adopt standards which are exceed federal guidelines for elevation in parking garages. The state of Michigan does not allow a subgrade parking structure for any kind of structure, residential or non-residential. It looks to me that that's what Santa Barbara also has done. Santa Barbara Municipal Code 160. If you read it, it says any structure. It doesn't say any residential structure. It says any residential. It says any structure shall have the lowest floor, including basement, elevated. Goes on to say in accordance with ASCE 24. You'll get into another thicket if you go through that document to try to determine what might be meant. But it says any structure shall be elevated. So it appears to me that it's adopted a higher standard. Finally, I would note that you're going to have a problem with SWMP because it's subterranean. The bulk of the site has been elevated to greater elevation than it is now. Where's all the flood water going to go? It can't go where it used to go on that site. It's going to go and impact neighboring properties. Hope this issue gets addressed in further review. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will have David Rebel. Mr. Rebel, we are sending you a unmute request. Please unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Planning Commissioners. I'm Dr. David Rebel. I'm a coastal geomorphologist who was asked by the Keep the Funk Zone interested parties to review the existing Moffett-Nichol sea level rise report, which I did and provided an extensive comment letter. The key findings in the Moffett-Nichol report is this is a hazardous location, both primarily from fluvial flooding in today's current times, but with sea level rise as early as 5 feet could be a problem. I looked at what they relied on one single model, and there's many models. Several of them have been developed specifically for the city and county of Santa Barbara that I was involved in creating. There's a lot of shortcomings in the existing report. While they acknowledge flooding, the previous speaker mentioned there is a lot of potential for wave exposure, depending upon what the city does with its coastal protection and sediment dredge program. There are increasingly high groundwater levels that are projected to become emergent in as early as about 0.5 meter of sea level rise, or about 1.5 feet of sea level rise. When I was out on site doing a site visit, I noticed about 2 weeks after the rain that there was still perched ponded water on the site immediately adjacent to where the hotel is going to be. The sea level rise report that Moffett-Nichol put together also completely ignored access to the site. While the proposed finished first floor elevation would be 13 feet with the underground garage well below even mean high tide levels today, there's going to be significant groundwater complications that could compound and require substantial levels of treatment. That groundwater, as it raises and it also percolates upward, you tend to have a lot more fluvial flooding that will then be displaced onto access roads, causing problems with compound flooding. There's issues with all of the adaptation strategies that were identified in that study are, besides putting the first floor elevation at 13 feet, are all something that the city would have to do to protect this hotel. And that's a question that affects huge replumbing of the Laguna Channel tide gate. And I think the city really needs to ask itself if it wants to pay for the adaptation of a hotel that's yet to be built. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Catherine Anderson. And just a quick reminder to our virtual participants to please make sure you're speaking directly into your mics at home. We are battling the fiesta festivities outside. Thank you.
Chair and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak through the law office of Mark Shatillo for Keep the Funk. Environmental contamination of the project site precludes its qualification for categorical exemption from CEQA. CEQA guidelines section 15300.2E states a categorical exemption shall not be used for a project located on a site which is included on any list compiled pursuant to section 65962.5 of the Government Code. The project's property is listed with various state databases created under this code dealing with contaminated locations requiring cleanup that comprise what is colloquially known as the Cortese list. A review of these state database records indicate the site's soil and groundwater is contaminated above Tier 1 levels with chemicals and volatile compounds known to be harmful to humans and the environment. Although the initial case for the site's leaking storage tank is closed, current ongoing contamination has maintained the site's active status under a different case number for the State Water Resources Control Board database, and remediation is required. Although underground parking was proposed in the 1983 EIR, it omitted consideration of or analysis of potential environmental contaminants of soil or water that would be disturbed by the project's construction. Presence of soil contamination represents a major change in circumstance from the original EIR, and preparation of a new EIR is warranted. Despite multiple assessments and approved sampling work plans, no remediation action plan exists for this site. Recent sampling and resultant reports indicate the need for further environmental review in order to complete a proper course of action consisting of a site remediation feasibility study, a remediation action plan, and soil management plan. Currently, we are unable to assess the environmental impacts of remediation, such as the volumes of soil to be evacuated and trucked out for disposal, or the volume, storage, and disposal of contaminated groundwater to be dewatered during excavations. CEQA requires that the environmental review document evaluate the impacts of the whole of the project and prohibits piecemealing of a project into a series of smaller projects. As this site cannot be considered for categorical exemption from CEQA, preparation of an environmental impact report is warranted. The 101 Garden Street Hotel project necessitates public CEQA review to analyze, avoid, and mitigate the numerous potentially significant adverse environmental impacts that the project, including its remediation, will either cause or exacerbate. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Marjan Abubo. Marjan, I'll be sending you an unmute request. Please unmute, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Bonderson, Honorable Planning Commissioners, and Ms. Kennedy. My name is Marjan Abubo, and I'm an attorney with the law firm Lozo Jury. I'm commenting on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER for short. SAFER is requesting that the Planning Commission deny the Class 32 exemption for 2 critical reasons. 1, the project is located on a hazardous waste site, and 2, the project site serves as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. These reasons, along with supporting analyses and additional expert reviews, are set forth in SAFER's comments that were submitted last week. So first, the project is situated on a hazardous waste site. CEQA guidelines provide that an exemption shall not apply to a project located on a site that's included on the Cortese list. The Cortese list is comprised of multiple databases, and our research identified the project still currently among them. First, the Department of Toxic Substances Control classifies the project site as a cleanup site, and its corresponding EnviroStore database indicates that the site may contain unexploded ordnances due to its role as a former military bomb storage area. Second, the State Water Resources Control Board classifies the project site as a leaking underground storage tank site, or LUST, meaning that it's included on a list of hazardous materials release sites compiled by Cal EPA. It's also worth mentioning that the project is identified on the Water Board's GeoTracker database as a cleanup program case due to its extensive and unremediated soil contamination. Therefore, its appearance on Cortese list databases provides conclusive evidence that the city cannot rely on an exemption. And as Ms. Bujold has explained, a cleanup plan is required but has not yet been prepared. Additionally, the project fails to adequately analyze its biological impacts. So pursuant to CEQA guidelines, city cannot rely on an exemption if the project site has habitat value for endangered, rare, or threatened species. Here, surveys we performed on the project site identified the yellow warbler and the Cooper's hawk at or near the site. These are considered special status species, meaning that they are considered sufficiently rare and require special consideration and or protection, and should be or have already been listed as rare, threatened, or endangered by federal and state governments. Therefore, observation of these species at and around the site underline the project site's critical role as a habitat, given how these birds would not be there if the site was of no value. In sum, SAFER agrees that this item should be continued for further studies because the project simply cannot qualify for the Class 32 exemption. SAFER respectfully requests that the Planning Commission prepare either an MND or an EIR to analyze the project's potential impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is going to be Karen Shalini. Karen, we're sending you an unmute request. Please unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Karen Cellini. I am a resident and small business owner here in Santa Barbara. I am a frequent attendee to the Funk Zone. I cherish the experience that I and myself, my family, and my friends have at the Funk Zone. And other neighborhoods in Denver, Colorado, in Miami are similar neighborhoods to the Funk Zone, and none of them have commercialization. And I would just implore everyone involved in this project to continue to do what is necessary to understand the full implications, including just pure enjoyment of the fact that the Funk Zone is a rarity and we should preserve it. And any new neighbors that come into the area should embrace that fully. And so for me, I would prefer that we don't have such a large hotel. We have plenty of other hotels. And as previous speakers have already shared, there's plenty of other reasons to make that space user-friendly with the overarching umbrella of how the Funk Zone is so unique and charming, and we should preserve it. And that's what I'd like to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, I do not have any more speaker slips nor any more raised hands. We did receive 13 public comment letters, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to the commission. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Barza. So next, we're going to turn to the commission for questions, and I'd like to welcome my fellow commissioners to go ahead and push their button whenever they're ready to comment. And I have Vice Chair Bauke up first. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I was the one commissioner that was not here last time, so unfortunately I had a medical incident a couple days before your hearing and wasn't able to participate. But I want to, for the record, express that I have read all the documentation, watched the last hearing and prior hearings more than once, so I'm more than ready to discuss this item. So I've got a fairly long, lengthy list of questions that will be between city attorney, staff, and the applicant, and other members of the city staff. So let's just get at it. First off, first question is to the city attorney's office. On page 3 of 142 of the March 30th, 2023 staff report, it states that the 1983 specific plan was never formally certified by the Coastal Commission. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question, Commissioner Balky? I was distracted.
What was the 1983 specific plan ever submitted or formally certified by the California Coastal Commission? Your staff report says that it was not submitted or never certified. Is that, what is the facts?
To my knowledge, what's contained in the staff report is correct.
Okay, thank you. As you and I know that this 1983 specific plan was adopted prior to the state of California even having guidelines for specific plans. And the very first publication on specific plans was by the Office of OPR in 1989. And charter cities were exempted from the specific plan rules until the city actually adopted a specific plan provision in its code. That happened when?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Balky, I couldn't tell you.
What?
I couldn't tell you.
You could not tell me. Sometime in the 90s, but so we've been dealing with a specific plan that's over 40 years old that the Coastal Commission's never seen.
Correct, Commissioner Balky. However, it is 40 years old, and the city has been applying this specific plan for 40 years.
Okay.
The Coastal Commission has obviously commented on this project and recognizes, I assume, that this is based off of the specific plan. So apparently they've been aware without commenting on it.
Okay. On July 25th, 2017, the City Council adopted the new zoning ordinance. And as part of that process, the City Council adopted Resolution 17-070, which adopted specific plan number 2, amendment number 1. The language from the council adopted in that resolution is currently shown in Title 30 in the municipal code. Please explain why the project is not subject to the new 2017 City Council adopted specific plan amendment.
Through the chair to Commissioner Balky, it's because within that amendment, it states specifically that the amended resolution of the 1983 will not become effective until it is certified by, the Title 30 is certified by the Coastal Commission. That has not happened.
Okay,
So we rely on our 1983 specific plan. And if Ms. DeBusk has anything else, but that's.
Okay, so we have an 83 specific plan that we're using that's never been before the Coastal Commission. We have the 2017 newer version, which is the most recent intent of your city council on this property. Hasn't been submitted to the city council or to the Coastal Commission either. Why does the 1983 one have more standing? Please explain.
Commissioner Balky, through the chair, that's because Title 30 does not apply in the coastal zone. So, and obviously it's not going to apply in Title 30 either, because based on the verbiage within the amendment, it won't apply at all until it's approved by the Coastal Commission. This is what I'm guessing is perhaps it was intended, we intended to always take Title 30 to the Coastal Commission for certification within the coastal zone much sooner than it's happened. And so I think perhaps that they were looking forward with that amendment to the specific plan. I wasn't involved in that at the time, but so that was the forward thinking. I don't know if we would accept that amendment if we were to take Title 30 to the coastal zone as it's currently written, or we might revise it.
Okay, thank you for that response. It just seems odd, okay? And we'll just leave it at that, and I'll move on. Back in 2019, the Planning Commission had a concept review. You were the council at the time. The commission at that time asked you about the application of the provisions of the specific plan and got into a discussion about its prescriptive nature and the use of shall and will. Could you please explain to the commission how the specific plan is to be applied when it has these shalls and wills.
Chair Bauke, or excuse me, Commissioner Bauke through the chair, a shall and a will are the same thing. We use them interchangeably. I think we try to think it's more legalese if we say shall, but they mean the same thing.
And they're prescriptive, that means you must do something.
You will do
correct.
something.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear for the record. To staff. Section 511, development regulations, and the specific plan on page 4 has this deficit point system. How is this section of the specific plan being implemented? And if no longer applicable, why wasn't an amendment to the specific plan filed to delete these provisions of the specific plan if they're no longer valid?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Bauke, you're correct, they do not apply anymore. I don't know that it's necessary to, and maybe I could defer to the city council about, city attorney about this, but they just don't apply anymore based on the current situation. So I don't know that there's a need to amend it. But if we wanted to, I suppose we could move forward. with an amendment, but-
I'll turn that question to council. If you have a provision which is no longer applicable, wouldn't the normal course of business be an actual amendment to strike that provision of the specific plan? And that would have normally come before a commission. That's surely the world I live in. That's what most agencies would do.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Bauke, it is, but occasionally if it's just null, we don't need to take an amendment forward. It just becomes legally void.
Okay. Thank you. To staff, so the specific plan, the 1983 specific plan on page 9 has a section 3 on building height. Could you read part 3B to us?
Building height, Part B, part of the specific plan.
Yes, please.
B says, provide a height setback relation study for the purpose of maximizing view protection / enhancement from Cabrillo Boulevard and the beach. If utilizing this method to determine building height, in no case shall any buildings exceed 3 stories and 45 feet. Determination to allow height setbacks shall be by the Architectural Board of Review and Landmarks Committee.
Okay. According to that language, when is this project going before the Architectural Review Board? All I have seen in the record is it going to HLC. It's real clear, and it's, back to the shall, must language. It's prescriptive. Why hasn't this project been before the Architectural Review Board?
So this project where it's located is in the HLC purview area, not ABR.
I'm aware of that, but you have language that you have to apply here because the specific plan is prescriptive.
Correct. Certain areas of it could be other areas of the specific plan I have to check, maybe in the ABR purview, but in this case, it's HLC. So I think what applies here is that it's the Landmarks Commission.
I understand what
you're
your policy and how you've been processing. I see a complete procedural defect here with this project based on the prescriptive face of the language. Does council have an opinion? To me, it needs to go to the Architectural Review Board also. We don't have discretion not to.
Chair Bauke, I wouldn't want to opine right away on that. However, obviously the charter prevails over the specific plan, and thus if this is in the El Pueblo Viejo, it's going to HLC. However, to your point, it does say that it shall go to both places.
Yes. And on that same issue or topical area, Part 4 on architectural review and design has the same language in Part A, also requiring this project at the Architectural Review Board. So I want to make sure we all understand what the specific plan says. It's clear to me it should go to both those bodies, and they both have to make the determinations that's set forth in the specific plan. And tell.
Madam Chair, excuse me, I have a comment that I believe is relevant.
Can it wait until his period
Well,
of question period is over?
It's right on this point.
Commissioner?
I don't remember what year it happened. Originally, when I came on the council, all projects went before both HLC and ABR. It was decided sometime during the early 80s that this was, or during the 1980s, that projects shouldn't be required to run the gauntlet twice. And so if it was an EPV, it went to HLC only.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That's probably where this difference is.
I'm just reading what the language of, we're asking you to be using a, we'll call it dinosaur of a specific plan. And we have the language, it's on its face, it says this is what's required. I really want a real defensible answer, and I think the public deserves that, why we aren't living with the actual language of the specific plan. Moving on. Next, I have a couple questions for the applicant. In this case, Mr. Gilbert, will you please come up? I'd like to understand sort of your role, your intentions, how this works from a development perspective. You're the developer, we know that. Are you going to operate this hotel?
We will.
So you're a developer operator, because the business has fragmentation, you have all types, you could possibly spin it off to some flag and all that stuff. So I just wanted to make sure that was,
We are owner and operator.
and you're going to
Yeah,
operate.
yeah.
Okay, that's good, thank you for the clarification. In my understanding, you acquired an option to develop this property that some other developer had with the rights, is that correct?
That's
Okay,
correct.
Okay. And the terms of, that I understand, at least what's in the record is, there's a 99-year ground lease that you're going to be operating with.
That's correct.
Okay, good. Now, I understand from the last hearing and that there were prior statements about, what would pencil, wouldn't pencil. I want to have a clarification from you as to what you mean by it won't pencil.
Yeah.
Because you have an option agreement. The option agreement must have some kind of economic number for annual ground rent or monthly ground rent. And when you say it won't pencil, are you saying that the rights ground lease goes to payment would be zero? I'm trying to understand.
The original ground lease is based on 250 keys, right? That's a document that we signed up for, knowing that we would get, per everything says you can get up to 250 keys. So that's one of it. I think, similar to everything, times have changed. This is probably a very difficult time in real estate, period, add-on ground-up development. And so where you ask about the economics, for me, the real deciding factor in something like this is the bank, right? So when you say something doesn't pencil, we might all have hopes and dreams and want this thing to perform well, but the bank ultimately will tell you whether or not it pencils. In an era where interest rates are double digits, where they weren't historically for the last 2 decades, this project gets tougher and tougher. I mean, it gets tougher than when we signed the agreement a couple years ago to the point where we are today. So now we're not only layering on a ground lease, we're laying on higher interest rates, higher construction costs, and the cost of doing business in general, right? So it is an accurate statement that this project won't pencil for less than 250 keys. It's the way it's structured, and that number is getting tougher and tougher, so.
What if I told you the rights would lower their ground lease payment? Does that change the economics of this project?
I mean, again, we live by agreements that we signed, right? Similar to when the city took the right-of-way for Garden Street and Jan and Ollie from the Wrights, there were certain things they asked of them for the value of that land. That specifically said 250 keys. It's in which we struck the deal with the Wrights. We've agreed to it. So it's one of those things where you start to go out of our purview of saying, well, what if? I mean, I could ask the general contractor for a discount too on the construction costs, but
I understand.
Yeah.
You have to understand where I'm
Yeah,
coming
no, I
from,
understand.
coming from, because I've been in this business.
Yeah.
I've had, as working for a major Southern California landowner and also representing legacy landowners around the state, many times in which what we thought we could get out of a plan, either the builder comes back to us and says, sorry, the city's only gonna give me 80 units instead of the 100 we thought we were going to, and you have to renegotiate the deal. That is normal in the world of development. And what I see here, and I've seen throughout this process, a lack of understanding that penciling means what the art of the deal is, and the driver on this thing is really the Wrights ground lease payments. They maybe not, maybe they're asking too much, okay?
No, but it's a really slippery slope to go down to, because when
Well, I
we struck the
understand, I
deal,
understand.
interest rates were lower, construction,
Right.
so, I mean, it's
Right.
part of how you do business, right? You make some assumptions, you work through sensitivity of where those assumptions could go. But even beyond that, it's like, what's the magic number if it's not 250, right?
Right.
That's what's in a lot of things, so it's just a slippery slope and
Okay.
something where.
Okay, I just want to understand, because I think one of my commissioners got lambasted in the press by some letters to the editor saying, saying she didn't know what she's talking about. And that's not true. Basically, the land price in this deal, which is you're not writing a check all at once for the whole land in this case, is the fungible factor, because all your costs through your pro forma, you project revenue, you project expenses, you've got financing costs, you've got your return on investment. The fungible thing is actually the valuation of the land at the end of the deal in which the Wrights are willing to accept. The rest of it moves around, and that's a negotiable thing. So I just want to leave that as, so we all understand that there's a lot more.
There's a lot of moving parts.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Moving on. The other question I had was, in your presentation, you made the statement of 60 employees as being what you're going to use. Could you please provide how you came up with that number? And since it seems to be, from my research, below any publicly documented metric or for a select service hotel, especially since you stated that you would be having food service, are you willing to stand by that number? You're not couching it, you're not sandbagging that number?
It's
I just want
actually
to
in,
make sure,
yeah.
because
It's
we
in,
may
and that's
hold
a
you to
max
it.
number, yeah. It's actually in the project of conditions of approval. It's a number that we talked through with Coastal Commission. I mean, part of what we tried over the last couple months, not only going and talk to Coastal, but they were under the assumption that this was going to be a luxury hotel. And so we spent, several meetings with them, running through the business plan, helping them understand that this is a select service. So we're answering to them and saying, hey, this is how we're keeping it a moderately priced hotel, right? So we don't have valet, we don't have 3 guys lugging luggage up to you, we don't have a full service restaurant, right? So all of those are in there where we, before we even got to you today, we negotiated with Coastal Commission, and they actually set the max, because anything above that starts to get into the luxury where you start to offer too many services and therefore push rate, right? So it's a balance where we're trying to hold into this moderate priced hotel, and with that, we're very comfortable. I mean, we've operated select service. I know a lot of people have questioned that, but we actually put in there 60 employees and max, I mean, per shift, right? I mean, you have multiple shifts. So.
Good, because I'm glad you're comfortable with that, because that was concerning to me, because it's going to end up probably in a condition of approval, which
it is,
my question is, of course, an enforceability question. So I just want to make sure if 60 is your number, that it can be verified, and we're not going to find the city having to go out there and count employees or something. Okay, good. So I'm done with you. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Peugeot, Could you, and thank you for all your work. I mean, this is not an easy one, okay? So I'll put that out there. During the last presentation and this presentation, you went through the CEQA process, and I'm trying to understand, first off, whose idea it was of going through the CAT exemption, Class 32, or was it staff's, or was it the applicant came to you and said, hey, we think we qualify? Which one was it?
Commissioner Bauke, through the chair. The first process or first step of going through CEQA is to look at a project and to see if the project fits within any of the definitions of a categorical exemption. On the surface, it appeared that this project may potentially fit with the Class 32 infill development exemption. If we look at the criteria, consistency with the general plan, less than 5 acres in size, no value for threatened, endangered, rare species, and no impacts to air quality, transportation, noise, water quality. The applicant was able to provide analysis to show that it could meet those criteria. And I would say that on the surface, it does still continue to meet those criteria. The question at hand is, do one of the exceptions under 15300.2 apply? And that is why staff have recommended a continuance.
Commissioner Bauke, if I may, we're not suggesting, I think the applicant may have got this wrong, we're not suggesting that we continue the project so that we can do an environmental review. We simply want to continue the project because we've received numerous letters regarding CEQA issues that fairly at the last minute that we wanted to be able to look into so that we could make sure that we provide the both the applicant, the public, and the commission with adequate CEQA review.
Okay. No, I understand it, and thank you. Mr. Gilbert, if you'd like to come back to please do.
You know, the thing about that is that all of this information was in the April meeting, right? All of the CEQA, all of the reports. And so we got sent along our way with things to solve, and none of this was brought up, and all of the same documents. None of that's changed. Is that fair? So nothing's changed between April. All of this information was public knowledge. Comments could have been brought up to there at that point. They weren't. They said, hey, go do these things, come back to us, right? And so we did those things. And so that's where we're pushing for a decision, is that we're like, okay, we go figure this out, right? And then we come back, and then it's another thing. So it feels a little bit like this circle
chasing
we're gonna
Waldos.
be in. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I
I mean,
get
that's kind of why our frustration is kind of starting to show, so.
Okay. I just want to go through some more things here. Ms. Puzo, or actually this would be to Ms. Kennedy, could you please confirm who the applicant of record is on this project?
Yeah, Carolyn Groves is our main applicant contact,
So
but like other
it's
projects.
It's Dudek, correct?
With Dudek,
Okay,
yes.
Because I guess, and this is not because I want to belabor a point, but it is a public perception problem, okay? And that's the reason why I'm going to go through this, is we've got Dudek as the applicant of record, which is submitting a lot of technical studies. And first off, I've used Dudek my almost entire professional career, so these people are good people, but there is sort of a public perception that we can get into problem here of them also being the provider of technical documents. So I want to make sure that it's real clear that those documents aren't like, just, advocacy pieces. They've been peer reviewed. And so that's one of my questions is I presented the list of documents that are of record to the public, or of record. Have every single one of these documents been peer-reviewed by other professionals in the field, or was some of them by professionals in the field and some by yourself? For the record, I really want to put that out there because it doesn't look good, okay? Just put it out there that way. No, I'm asking June. Okay, no, I understand.
Commissioner Bauke, through the chair, you provided a list of the technical studies and asked who has peer reviewed them. Shall I go through?
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
best, because, so it's in the record. I want to make sure it's there.
Yes, the first study, additional soil groundwater assessment prepared by GeoEnviro in June 2022. That was reviewed by County Environmental Health Services. Number 2, APCD regulations and conditions. That was prepared by the Air Pollution Control District, APCD. Number 3, DUDEC prepared an air quality and GHG technical memorandum in September 2022. That was reviewed by APCD. Number 4, DUDEC prepared a aquatic resources delineation report, and it was revised in September 2022. That was reviewed by the Creeks Division. In addition, staff and the applicant coordinated with other agencies, including Army Corps of Engineers, Regional Water Quality Control Board, and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We did a site visit. Number 5, a geotechnical engineering report prepared by Earth Systems in 2022. That was reviewed by planning staff, the case planner, and myself. And the review was to use that to support CEQA analysis. Number 6, the parking demand analysis study prepared by DUDEC in 2022. That was prepared by the Transportation Division. The preliminary drainage and stormwater report prepared by Flowers in 2022. That was reviewed by the Creeks Division. Number 8, preliminary findings, additional site assessment by GeoEnviro 2022. That was reviewed by County Environmental Health Services. The proposed water sewer storm drain analysis by Flowers in 2022. That was reviewed by Public Works staff. Number 10, risk of upset train safety analysis prepared by DUDEC. That was reviewed by the Transportation Division. Number 11, sea level rise hazard analysis and adaptation plan 2019. That was reviewed by the case planner and myself. Number 12, updated noise study prepared by DUDEC in 2022. That was reviewed by the case planner and myself. Old reports, number 13, the phase 2 soil groundwater assessment by Rincon in 2012. That was reviewed by County Environmental Health Services. And the revised biological analysis prepared by SAIC in 2007. That was reviewed by the case planner and myself.
Okay, thank you. And I think it is appropriate. That needed to be in the record because that perception. Okay. Moving on to staff. Ms. Kennedy, the California Coastal Commission and the applicant, well, first off, the commission, at the prior meeting sent a letter, which if I was here, the first thing I would have flagged was some of the comments they had. And those two concerns were about affordable visitor serving facilities and around parking. The staff reports discuss that there's been meetings between the applicant, yourselves, and the Coastal Commission staff regarding these issues. What was the Coastal Commission's discussion determination memorialized in some kind of written form?
It was memorialized in the condition of approval that we've added to this project.
But we
We've
have
all
not,
agreed.
you don't have a letter or an email from the Coastal Commission? Because you do, okay.
Well, there may be emails back and
Okay.
forth
If there
coordinating.
is such, I would want you to provide that to the public record, okay? In my experiences, sometimes what the staff says isn't what the commission believes or does. So I just want to make sure you have that defensibility on this issue is there, okay? So I would like to see that piece of paper into the record at some point, okay? Thank you. Going on to traffic, Ms. Kennedy, from our conversation we had in the last couple days, it's real clear, and I just want to have you confirm for the record that the documentation on traffic is currently limited to the March 30, 2023 staff report on page 14 titled Traffic Generation and Consistency with Traffic Management Strategies, and page 15 of the same staff report on vehicle miles traveled. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Back in August 8th, 2019, at the Planning Commission concept review, city staff presented a one-lane roundabout concept for Garden Street at the entry, and the reason for that was that the hotel entrances at that time, and still is, proposed to be on Garden Street on an outside of a curve. And at that time, city staff expressed concern about sight lines for drivers exiting the site. In response to these concerns, now we have a left turn lane only at the main entry on Garden Street. Could you please explain why we don't have the roundabout any longer and where the analysis is to tell us that this current configuration of left turns is better or equal to that of the one-lane roundabout that was the commission seemed to, at least my understanding, the majority of the commission seemed to think the preferred design?
I'd like to bring Michelle Bedard up to answer that question.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Baki, through the chair. Michelle Bedard, Associate Transportation Planner. Thank you for that question. I did just reiterate that conversation this morning with our Principal Traffic Engineer, Derek Bailey. And so at the time, we had recommended a roundabout, and in prior application reviews and in discussions with the applicant, we discussed the limitations to, left turns in on the curve and limited site visibility, and the applicant at the time suggested that a left turn out of the Garden Street entrance was not a priority to them, and so therefore the application proceeded with the idea of the pork chop island to limit the left turns, and then there are other alternative opportunities with the Santa Barbara Street driveway and Yanonali Street driveway if hotel guests would like to get to the Garden Street intersection to head north towards the freeway.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay. Related on the same sort of topical issue, so please do not go anywhere, is the tax assessor's maps show the existence of a 60-foot Mason Street right-of-way, and a number of the base maps provided by the applicant also show the location of the street of record. Will the city be processing an abandonment of this city street as part of this lot merger?
Actually, I can answer that. So this will be going through Public Works for a lot merger. So they'll have to look at all underlying documents and deal with any kind of abandonment or vacation of roads. It's unclear right now. I don't believe that's a road, an existing road, but it's unclear from the record. So that's part of the whole process of the lot merger, is to investigate that.
I'll jump in here. There is no, we looked at this legally when we took title, ran title on it, so that street doesn't exist. We can jump through the hoops, but I'm.
Yeah, because I actually read the title report, and I was also, and I looked at the channel title, and I don't see an abandonment recording either. So this seems to be a item that's floating out there on your title of your property, which definitely needs to be resolved. But I want to go farther on that, which is, the funk zone, and this is the question to the traffic folks, currently has a fragmented circulation network because of the railroad. There's a lot of dead-end streets and also UPR rail crossings. I'm concerned about the lack of access and the removal of Mason Street, whether it legally exists now or not, but we're losing a circulation component. Has there been any analysis of what the pros or cons of keeping Mason Street are? I don't see that in any of the record, because there were comments in the original EIR regarding emergency evacuation, and there seemed to be, but didn't really get there, that kind of conversation. Could you elaborate as to what the city's understanding of the, pros and cons of Basin Street being in or out, and how bad the circulation network is, and what the, issues that they were identifying at the time as to emergency access problems? I mean, to me, it seems to be, something that should be analyzed.
Thank you, Commissioner Bakke, through the chair. At this time, we don't have any study that we really evaluated the pros and cons. I might have to check back in with you to talk to our principal engineer, traffic engineer, Derek Bailey. But there's been no discussions of circulation issues at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kennedy, could you confirm that the details on page 7 of 16 on the condition of approval 2.D, is it intended to enforce all the provisions of section F, public service water conservation?
I'm sorry, can you tell me what you're referring to?
This is on page 7-16 of the conditions of approval number 2.D, which deals with public service water conservation.
So our condition of approval, water conservation?
Yes.
That one?
My reason for the question is the specific plan seems to have more detail, and seems like the condition is somewhat limited, and I would want to make sure that you're telling the commission that all the stuff that's in the specific plan is tied into that condition, because it doesn't seem like it does that.
Well, the project is subject to this specific plan, so we know that. I think with this, we want to make sure this project complies. We did run a calculation, and I might say at this point that it could be a greater amount, because the way the specific plan is written, there's a certain amount of water for all areas. So it could be that Area A would use more water than Area D, which actually is the case. And then maybe Area C would have even less. So essentially, we could change this to just provide documentation that the project is consistent with the water conservation section of the specific plan, more vague that way, or just referring to it directly. Might be a better way to write it.
Okay, thank you. So I'm getting down to my last couple questions, and then we'll go back. This is Ms. Kennedy, and this is on housing. Do you recall your response back in August 8th, 2019, the Planning Commission meeting on the conceptual review? At that time, Chair Wiscombe directly asked you this question, whether the affordable housing impact study required by the 1983 specific plan had been submitted. What was your response to that question at that time?
What was the question again?
Whether the affordable housing impact study had been submitted.
So had that been submitted
This is in
on,
2019. She asked if it had been submitted
for this project?
for this project.
And Commissioner Bakke, and you also asked to be exact if she remembered what her response was at that time.
Yeah, and I asked her.
Do
what
you
it was.
remember,
Yeah,
Ms.
do you remember
Kennedy?
what your response was?
I don't remember, but I'm guessing that I would have said that we do not have one, because I do recall that.
Right.
We did
That
not
is
have
correct.
one.
And I just wanted to make sure that was on the record, because, you said something to the effect that it would be submitted with the formal application. Could you please explain why it has taken 4 years for this affordable housing impact study to be provided?
4 years since 2019, I would say that the project has been in development for 4 years, very complicated, and they've been working on numerous things at that time. We didn't feel that we had guidance, though, to give them. That's why they didn't really have a very robust study initially. We haven't required this of any other project and wasn't able to provide them with guidance on how to prepare this.
Okay. But it's not like the pitch that Mr. Cornell had in the press, that this is all a new requirement when it came to the commission at its last meeting. Since this requirement and this discussion has been in the specific plan for almost 40 years. I mean, is that correct? It's been there for 40 years.
It has been there, yes.
Okay. All right. My last question to the city attorney, which is also on housing. Could you please confirm the limitations of a financial in lieu payment in lieu of construction of affordable housing on the site? Since we don't have a program, would it have to be a voluntary contribution or something to that effect at this point?
Chair Balke through the, Commissioner Balke through the chair, yes, unless there was some study that could show that with substantial evidence that the 6 affordable housing units is not sufficient to minimize the impact created by the hotel. And I use the word minimize because, and not mitigate, because that's specific language from the specific plan. However, at this time, we do not have such a report. So yes, the voluntary in lieu fee would be what we would request.
Okay, thank you. I have additional questions about sea level rise and flooding, but I will leave those questions to Commissioner Wiscombe because I know she will go there. So thank you all for putting up with my long list of questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Balke, and I will allow you to reserve the right to come back if the questions that you do have aren't asked by Commissioner Wiscombe or someone else. Please come back. Next, we have Commissioner Wiscombe. It's not. No. Don't worry, I got you. It's your turn. Go ahead when you're ready.
My name's not up on the screen, though, so.
I have a good memory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I'm just going to skip over these. Some of them have been answered. Kind of want to go through them, and I'll skip around. So I will apologize if I go from Ms. Peugeot to the applicant to Ms. Kennedy or whoever. Okay. The staff report on page 6 talks about hotel amenities open to the public, and the applicant will discuss parking provision in relation to this change. So this is, I guess this is for you, Mr. Gilbert. This is new, that the amenities will be open to the public, and the parking demand study doesn't show this. Are you planning on updating the parking demand study?
Yeah, so I think this was in relation to kind of the restaurant and bar. And when we all stood here last time, we had, I think it's SB 2097, where they were saying that because of our radius to a train station, we didn't require parking. So we redid the plans, making it more open to the public, and then when we submitted it, the planning department came back and said, no, actually hotels aren't exempt. So if you open up the restaurant to the public, you better park it. And so we, again, not wanting to kind of overdo it. And it's a balance, right? We're also, our hotel guests want to go out and eat dinner in the Funk Zone, not, necessarily eat at the restaurant too. So I think that was the balance. So what we were planning on, there was a marketplace that we had there that I think required one additional parking spot that would be open to the public, right?
On the northeast corner.
Correct.
Of
Yep.
the, yeah.
So we increased that about 3 times what it was previously, because we were able to park that. Whether the lobby and other parts of it were allowed. I mean, again, we're not putting up a big wall in there, but as far as the rules and the regulations, we weren't exempt, so therefore we would have to park anything that we. And again, and when it goes back to the Coastal Commission, we also You know, the idea of having a fancy public restaurant also was something we didn't want to, where they kind of categorized it as a luxury hotel. So again, trying to walk that fine line.
So you're relying on the marketplace development, which has been to HLC already once, I think, at least, for that to, people could park there and walk across the street and go into the hotel and eat if they wanted something simple.
From the marketplace, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's fine. I appreciate that answer. Let me just see. So I can ask you one more question. I'm trying to be a little bit efficient here rather than have you.
Sure.
Although you get your exercise that way.
It's very true.
I'd rather
I'm fine
be
with it.
jumping up and down than sitting here, so. So you have 60 employees max and I appreciate your willingness. It's really sticking your neck out, I think, in a lot of ways. This is a very interesting project from the standpoint of the moderate-priced hotel units and the number of employees and those things going into the conditions of approval. But did you determine the 6 affordable housing units because we have a 10% inclusionary policy in the city? So is that why you picked the number 6 for the 60 employees? I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we kind of had to triangulate because, again, there wasn't a bunch of kind of guidelines for us to follow.
Right.
From the housing study standpoint, I probably should let the expert chime in on how we got there. But we felt like it was a fair number. Again, it's one of those things where we're going to give preference to employees to occupy the units, and then from there, still be within that low and moderate income level. So
Okay.
if you want specifics, I can hand it to the expert if you want.
No,
Okay.
I was just curious. It just seems 6 affordable units,
Yeah.
60 employees, that's 10%.
Yeah.
That's kind of our city inclusionary policy. So I was wondering if that's how you came up with that. So, okay, that's a fair answer. Thank you for that. Let's see here. I have a couple questions on the conditions of approval. Ms. Kennedy, on page 7 of the conditions of approval, there is a recorded affordability covenant. Is that on page, where is that? Why am I not seeing that on the right page here?
It's on page 15 of 255.
Oh, yeah, okay, I have it on page 16, that's typo, okay, yeah. So does that mean, does this mean that the assignment of, does this assignment of rents mean that the city shall receive rents if the covenant is violated? Is that what that means? Maybe that's for Ms. Ostringer, I don't know. I didn't quite understand, it's too legal for my brain.
Just give me a minute to read it all the way through. I've obviously read it before, but I just want to.
Okay, I'll come back to that then. And then on page, again, page 7, it talks about, which actually is on page 7, yeah, of the C of A. Under C, the final habitat restoration plan must be improved by the environmental analyst. But I did not see a condition that we have an environmental analyst in the conditions of approval, and oftentimes we do, that has to be on site and do all sorts of things.
You mean the project environmental
Yes, so
compliance
is there
person?
one in here did I miss it, which is entirely possible?
No, we don't have one, and we only have those for projects that have MNDs, mitigated
Okay.
negative declaration. So in this case, we do not have that, so we didn't add that to the project.
But you reference an environmental, by the environmental analyst here.
So that's our staff environmental analyst, either Julia Peugeot or the case planner. In this case, it would be Ms. Peugeot.
Oh, okay, so that's the staff, okay. But if it switches to an MND, then then you will require a,
It'll be the project environmental coordinator, I think, the PEC.
okay.
Different.
Yes, that's the right term. Okay, yeah, I recognize that term. Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe, yeah, what it means is that if we have our standard covenants for affordability that our housing development department does, and if it's saying that if any of those covenants are violated, that by law, those rents are assigned to the city.
Okay, so was that true for the hotel rooms too? If all of a sudden they start renting at luxury rates or something that?
No, this is specific to.
This is specific to the housing units?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So what happens, is there a section on what happens if moderate goes to luxury?
So that is the condition on page 24 of your packet.
Okay.
24 of 255.
Yes, moderate cost, blah, 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 okay. Is there a penalty? What happens if it goes above that 10% or whatever?
So they can only go above, then we need to evaluate it. There are a couple options of how to evaluate it. Substantial conformance or require an amendment to the CDP. So if we'd have to work with the applicant to see what's happening and which course to
Okay.
take, either substantial conformance or have to come back for an amendment.
Okay, so there's no monetary penalty for
No.
violating that? Okay. Is it possible there could be? I'm just curious, this is something that's entirely new.
This is something that we, again, with Coastal Commission, so there is a monetary penalty that you've seen them enforce. They set a lot of standards. There's kind of been a couple hotels up and down the coast that didn't necessarily follow the letter of the law and therefore got fined, I think, close to $10 million.
Okay.
And then they made them go back. And so there is, there are repercussions and there are, the coastal side of it
Okay.
would impose something.
So I think based on what you're saying, Mr. Gilbert, I think it's important that what Vice Chair Bauke said, that there is in the public record some sort of written correspondence between the Coastal Commission and staff and you. as
Yeah,
the
we were
applicant.
all, I double-checked. Everyone from the city was also CC'd on the email. We had a Zoom meeting with all of them, and then that follow-up, there was an email that went out that city staff was all copied on.
Okay, good, thank you. I want to go to Mr. Unterman's letter, which was dated the 28th of July. And it's in relation to something that Vice Chair Bauke brought up that I want to go delve into a little further because, so I'm going to go, if I can find my tab on the specific plan. Here it is, I think. No, that's not it. I have all these tabs. I can't find it now. At any rate, he talks about there is in the specific plan, there is a restriction on acre feet of water per acre per year. And I can find that, here it is. It's on, I can't read the page number, but it's on page 11 of the specific plan under water conservation. And it says, limited to 2.46 acre feet per year per acre of public potable water. And I've gone through Mr. Unterman's calculations, and he's absolutely correct that this project, now this is 4.53 acres, I'm doing that from, I think, he's done the math in his letter. And he's absolutely correct that on a 250-room hotel, I looked up online, it said the standard is 100 to 300 gallons per day. And I think he is, Mr. Unterman said, I think, 100 to 400, but this is well below that. So what I'm trying to understand is, in the conditions of approval, you've taken, and I'm sorry if I'm being complicated, in the conditions of approval on page 7 in E, you have taken, if I can find it. Sorry. Okay. You've taken water conservation, you've taken the 11.13 acre feet per year of potable water, which is the calculation of what the specific plan allows per year, per acre, and you have multiplied that times 4.51 or whatever number of acres, and you've come up with the number in the conditions of approval of 11.13 acre feet per year of potable water. And that's the restriction. That's too low. And I understand, and I sent this to Ms. Kennedy in kind of a clear as mud email, that we have 4 areas, A, B, C, D, and A is the hotel, proposed hotel project. I think, is D the marketplace? I can't remember. And B and C are much smaller. So is there an opportunity to take all 4 of those areas and say, this is the total acreage times 2.76, that's how much water you can use per year on this, and then start to prorate it based on how the sites are developed?
Yes, I think that's correct. That's a better way. We just divided it to have every acre have the same amount, and that's incorrect.
Okay, so this figure in these conditions of approval will get changed?
Yes, and I will suggest that we change it to, we could just state that it complies with specific plan section,
Yeah, it's
whatever, F1A.
E, water conservation. Okay, okay. So, but you will make it clear that it takes into account all 4 areas of the site?
That's correct.
Okay.
Because that's what's stated in the specific plan, yes.
Okay, that's great. That answers that. Thank you so much. And, okay, I have a couple questions for Ms. Pujol, and thank you so much for being here. I was very happy to see your face here. So, do you have anything to say about this Cortese list? I know that the lost or the leaking UST was taken, that's all been cleared up. So why is this thing still on a Cortese list? And what does that mean for a CEQA exemption in your eyes?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscombe, that's what the letters are alleging, that even though it's closed, it's still on the Cortese list.
Right.
That's what we want to look at.
Okay. So you're saying that you want to look to see if it's still on the Cortese list?
We know it's on, it appears on the Cortese, it appears on GeoTracker on the list that the
Right.
Cortese list directs you to. However, it's indicated as closed, as are many,
Right.
many sites on that list. And the Water Board controls it, and so they're just listing it. So should it still be on the Cortese list? We would like the opportunity to take that time. That's why we would like, one of the pieces of the information that we've received in the letters that we would like to look at.
So if it's, okay, so you're looking at the precedent of perhaps a CEQA exemption with something that might or may not be on the Cortese list at this point? Or are you looking for confirmation that it is indeed on the Cortese list? And that would, I'm confused about that, because that seems to be where this always goes back to.
The letters state that many letters state
Right.
that it is on the Cortese list because it shows up, even though closed, on what
On
EPA
GeoTracker, yeah.
says it is,
Yeah.
we identify as the
Okay.
Cortese list. The question is, because it's closed, does that mean that it really does not apply to that list? Or does it? So we
Okay.
would like to look at the case law and precedent
Okay,
for that.
I get, okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That makes much more sense to me. The other question I have and is about, in the SAFER letter, there was a huge discussion about the habitat value of the drainage channel or ditch or whatever you call it. And my question, Ms. Peugeot, is they referred to a special status species, and they identified several. When I read this, I thought, well, it might be special status species, but that's a scientific term that's used, I think, in the scientific community for habitat evaluation. And I'm just looking for confirmation on this because this is how I read it. But that doesn't mean that it's rare, endangered, or threatened, which is where you do get the red flags. So are you in agreement that the species they identified that are on the special status species or are special status species are not rare, endangered, or threatened, and therefore belong in a different category that doesn't flag, that basically red flags a CEQA exemption?
Commissioner Wiscombe, yes, that's correct. None of the species on their list were in the category of endangered, rare, or threatened.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's probably, okay. So you would just check that box as being, even though their scientific languages would make one believe something else. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. And then I'm not going to ask a lot more questions. I have a few more, but so if we were to continue this hearing for the Cortese list or the CEQA exemption versus another step, what timeline are we talking about? Are we talking about a couple weeks, a month? How long will it take? I mean, staff's asking for a continuation,
Everyone's
so
looking at me.
I'd like an idea of
Well,
for the applicant's sake.
With regards to the environmental review issue, I don't know that it would take that long. However, the commission has been bringing up other issues that they'd
Right.
like us to look at. So that I don't know how long from a staff point that takes.
Okay, but on the environmental, it wouldn't take very long. And you could probably give a date certain when you could be back, if it were just environmental.
Yes, potentially.
Okay.
I would just add that it depends on the outcome,
Right.
whether we're confirming the exemption or if we
Right.
determine that some other
Okay.
path is needed.
Right, okay. And then, Ms. Peugeot, what's the process to determine whether it's a mitigated negative declaration or a full-blown EIR? Can you describe that process for the public?
Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe, if it is determined that the project is not eligible for an exemption, an initial study would be prepared, which goes through each resource on the CEQA checklist. And in each of those resources, it would be identified if additional information or if the project may result in a potentially significant impact. If the project would result in a potentially significant impact and there's no mitigation available, or the mitigation is not able to bring that level down to below less than significant, then that would be an environmental impact report. If mitigation is available to reduce the level of significance, then it would be a mitigated negative declaration. The difference between an environmental impact report and a mitigated declaration is the amount of public review. An EIR requires 2 public review periods, one at the beginning of the EIR process and one once the draft EIR is available. MND process has one public review period, which is when the draft MND is completed. And those comments those documents are circulated for public review. And for an EIR process, the lead agency, the city, must respond to public comments received on the EIR and amend the EIR to reflect those comments. In an MND process, the comments are included in the record, but not necessarily resulting in changes to the MND document.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, we've seen both here on the Planning Commission, but, okay. I appreciate your, okay, I think I'm going to leave it there. Thank you. I have one last question for Mr. Gilbert, please. I think that's pretty much it. Papers flying all over. Okay. So we received a letter from Keep the Funk, that organization, Keep the Funk in the Funk Zone, and they provided a last statement that I'd just like you to comment on. I know you've been through a very long process on this so far, and I'm not trying to make you angry. I just think you're hearing a lot of things up here, and there's been a lot of pushback from the public on the project. So I'd just like you to take a moment and comment on this.
Sure.
KTF would support an appropriate project at this site that included a substantially increased amount of affordable housing, public open space amenities, a scaled-down hotel with lesser impacts, and designed to provide actual and tangible community benefits and enhanced visitor serving and community benefit features, honoring the cultural, social, and historical values of the site and neighborhood, including its importance to commercial and recreational fishing in the waterfront. So what are your feelings on that statement? Are you, and you can say no comment, that's fine, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different project.
Yes, I know.
I think a lot of this is kind of a bit passive in just delaying the project further. I mean, we can't make this a community park. This is not, there's certain design standards that we've all talked about and are in detail about what this needs to look like. And so trying to be part of the funk zone, I think we would miss from an aesthetic standpoint. And we're not allowed to, right? I mean, that's part of the Historic Landmark Commission review is the design, right? So I think from that aspect, we are willing, and we did meet with a lot of them. We did have the community meeting. And again, at the time, the tone and the tenor of it was not staunch opposition of the project. It was, how can you integrate? How can you be a good neighbor, right? Based on what you're allowed to do. I mean, there wasn't this behind the scenes negotiation to get us to this point. It was jumping through a ton of hoops, doing a lot of reports to be able to come out publicly and start to talk about this project. And that's what we did in April. So the project that we're proposing is the right project. For the site. I think we are willing and able to and want to integrate as much as we can with the community. I mean, selfishly, it's good for business too, right? If we can get everyone on board. But there's a point where we've got to draw a line, a hard line in the sand and say, enough's enough, right? Like we can't solve all the city's problems with one project, and we can't make everyone happy and also meet all of the requirements to get us to this point. So I think we did have a community meeting. We did take into account certain things. A lot of people that spoke today, we gave them the platform to speak and didn't. Like we're not here to tell the community what what benefits they want. We were there to ask them, and I think a lot of people commented, and we took it into account. So I think, you know, we're going as far as we can without just this being multiple meetings and not really getting to a clear-cut answer. So I can appreciate the process and can totally appreciate their view on it, but it's also got to be done in the context of rules and regulations. The community benefits that are there that no one talks about. I'm a civil engineer, so half of the stuff that I did is underground and no one even thinks about, right? But they're absolutely critical to the well-being of a neighborhood, right? The right-of-way to Yananali, Garden Street, all of those improvements that the Wrights gave away with written legal language saying, hey, you're going to get this in return, right? We are paying for basically an upgrade of the sewer line that accommodates the bulk of the city, millions of dollars that we're doing. Again, I guess no one cares about that from aesthetics or what, but there are real tangible benefits. And we can talk about the TOT tax too. I mean, it's a significant amount of money, right? So it's hard for us to sit here and say, well, if we, you know, did something to make it more funk zone appropriate, this, you know, we're trying to be who we are and what we're allowed to do and provide the benefits, not all of which are above ground or easily, you know, tangible, so.
Okay, I appreciate that answer, thank you, and that's better than no comment. One more question for you, Mr. Gilbert, one more question for you.
Did you think you could
Just,
leave?
can you comment, since I got put on the spot, I thought we discussed this last meeting, but I know I brought the sea level rise study last meeting, and this is definitely flood area. That's the impact from sea level rise mainly in this. So can you just tell me a little bit about the underground garage and what, you know, where does the flood water go?
Yeah.
If it goes into the garage?
Underground is a strong word. I mean, it is a sloping site of which the bulk of the parking structure is a podium, right?
Okay, well, let's
So
use
you-
below
yeah, below
flood level.
Sure, yeah,
Okay,
so, you know, it's one of those things where that's, you know, across the board with a lot of coastal developments, right, is how you handle that. We are putting in the appropriate things to make sure you're able to pump out the garage, do things like that. So the technical side of it, I'll leave it to the experts, but I mean, there was a whole study done to analyze the impacts of that. It's hard because you also have the view corridors and the height limits, right? So you're putting us in a box, literally, about where we can do things. And so I think, you know, there's certain things with the topography of the site that help us a lot in allowing that not to be so underground as you think, but more of a podium. But you are dealing with all of those things up and down the coast. And I think where you can't just say, let's build it all above ground. I mean, most cities don't want above ground parking either, right? You've got to be able to shield it, and, you know, it messes with the street activation. So again, it's just a balance of how that all lands. But I think we're doing what's allowed and by right, and we don't want to flood our garage or our hotel guest cars either, so we're going to have the appropriate equipment and the appropriate standard operating procedures in place to handle that.
And can you put housing on, can you use the same configuration for your garage and have housing above it on that site?
In that just construction-wise or just in general,
No,
like
I
operational?
just wondered, there's some restrictions about housing on some sites, and we looked at,
So, my understanding is that multifamily properties do have underground parking.
They-
I don't-
they
yeah,
what?
They do have underground parking. I think there was a comment about whether or not.
in flood zones?
So Commissioner Wiscombe, residential development does have a different standard in terms of compliance with the city's flood ordinance. So yes,
Okay.
that is different, but as long as they're meeting the design flood elevation, it's acceptable.
For living?
Yes.
Design
Design
flood
flood
elevation for living
The living
facilities?
space,
So
for habitable space.
The vehicle space can be below flood elevation?
That's my understanding. It's a
Okay,
separate
okay.
type of
And
use.
is there also we looked at one site once that was unsuitable for housing because of the soil. So could you describe what, would this site be suitable for housing? I know short-term wise, guests come and leave, that's okay, but not long-term wise, so.
Commissioner Wiscombe, there is a different level that soil needs to be cleaned up to in order to have residential uses on it. So that is something that would obviously need to be complied with. I haven't, sometimes there are land use covenants so that if a parcel is not cleaned up to that level, it's known in advance that it can't be developed that way unless there's additional remediation that takes place. But because the soil will be remediated with this property, they can remediate it to the level necessary for residential.
Okay, so they need to do that because they've got housing on the site. Okay, so by adding the housing, that maybe adds an extra step for them for remediation. Okay, I get it. Thank you very much. I've asked all the questions I'm going to ask. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course, thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. So we are going to take a necessary break just to have everyone stretch and do what they need to do. Considering the clock, let's do 13 minutes. Please be back at your desk or in your seat 10 minutes till 4. Thank you. we're going to go ahead and recommence our Planning Commission hearing. It is 3:51, and we're going to move right along to our next Planning Commissioner for questions, and that will be Commissioner Boss, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think most of my questions are for Mr. Gilbert, if you don't mind coming back up. And I'll start out with the requests that we made during your April presentation, and starting out with one of the hoops to jump through that was actually made. The request was made in 1983 and again in 2019 and again in April, and that was how the project will impact the city's housing stock. And I want to make sure that I'm distinguishing that from the employee housing. That was a separate request that was just made in April. So I'm trying to first understand a little bit more about the housing impact study, and I'm curious who else aside from the author reviewed and provided feedback on the housing impact study.
Internally on our side,
Or if it was done externally.
Yeah, I would say one thing to clarify, it was in 1980 and 2019, but we had about 20 reports requested and a lot of boxes to check, and it was never asked of us. We would have provided it then, even though, so it wasn't like we were trying to not submit it. We just didn't know under what we needed to deem the project complete. So that's one thing. I think if there's specifics about the housing study, we have the author here in the room, and she would be the better expert to answer those directly.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
You want to?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Hi, Elizabeth Dixon. I'm a housing specialist with Dudek.
Great, thank you. So can you talk a little bit about who else, maybe after you had authored it or drafted it, who else reviewed it and provided feedback, whether that was city staff or outside consultants?
Yeah, so we did receive feedback. We, of course, worked internally as a team, and we received feedback from the applicant themselves. And then we did send a first draft to city staff, and they wanted us to go back with further analysis. So that's who reviewed it.
Okay. And can you explain, I think this may have been answered earlier, your methodology for arriving at the 6-employee housing unit? So that was, again, distinct from the impact of this project.
Yeah, so I actually think that this may be a better question for city staff, because my understanding is that these units are being provided under density bonus law. And from reviewing the staff report, I think that there was a determination for how to calculate density bonus based on those hotel units that are providing kitchens. But it was not the housing impact study that came to that determination for the 6 units.
Okay, but it was listed in the study.
Yes, it's listed in the study that they're provided.
Thank you. I think those may be the questions about the specific study. I was just trying to get a better sense of how it was really developed and reviewed. My next question is about the plan to recruit from existing local under or unemployed persons. This version came back to note that there would still be recruitment and understanding that employees would be coming from outside of the area when we have plenty of under and unemployed people in Santa Barbara. So I wanted to get a better understanding of your plan there.
Yeah, the goal is to hire local. It is kind of impossible for us to tell you exactly who's going to get hired at that point in time, but the goal, it's also just business-wise would be the best if we can hire local. So that is still going to be the priority and the preference out of the gate. It's just one of those things where it's really hard from a conditions of approval to say you've got to hire specific. Just again, it's hard to hire people, period, right now, especially in the hospitality and the hotel world. So it's one of those things where we're comfortable. Our preference is to hire local. So.
And before I have Commissioner Boss continue, we have Ms. DeBusk's light on. Jump on in.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Commissioner Boss, just to elaborate on the prior response, I wanted to be clear, the city staff did not come up with the number of 6 housing units. Where we were involved was because some of the hotel rooms do have kitchens, they count towards density. Therefore, all of the additional units that are being provided need to be considered through the density bonus program, because density has technically been maxed out on the site even though no residential units were provided, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that follow-up.
And before I have you continue, just one more
Yeah,
comment.
a follow-up on that. That goes back to the extended stay rooms and the kitchen, right? And if the applicant dropped some kitchens, would that allow him to have more? I'm just trying to understand how those numbers and dynamics worked in that calculation.
Vice Chair Bauke, because all of the residential units that are proposed are deed restricted, it's not affecting how many can be proposed. But if they were to be market rate units, then yes, some of the hotel units would need to lose kitchens in order to provide those residential units.
Okay, thank you.
So back to the local hiring plan, can you talk more about your plans, even knowing that it's probably some time out? What would be the plan to really make sure that you are recruiting from the local workforce?
Yeah, it's, I mean, we would do a lot of job fairs is the quickest way, and Indeed, in which you can kind of notify the location. You can find their location through kind of Indeed or those instances. I mean, we will do a local job fair to also help with that. But a lot of it's using kind of existing contacts in the industry. I mean, in the hotel industry in general, a lot of it's finding good people that are already working in hotels locally. So it's one of those things where you kind of go out to the existing pool of workers that are here now.
Okay. Specifically on the on-site housing for employees, I think this was mentioned by another commissioner earlier, but it seems like employee housing did pencil out for you, and you were still able to have the 250 hotel rooms. And I just wanted to confirm, because I read this in, I think, the staff report. So the low-income units, which are 50 to 80% AMI, your intention is to target a maximum of 70% AMI?
I believe
those
that's what's in the
5 student
conditions of
units?
approval for the 5 units, and then one moderately priced one that I think is 110%.
Perfect, yes, so the moderate income allows 80 to
80 to
120% AMI, but you're targeting 110. I wanted to make sure I understood kind of the income limits and what you were planning on paying staff to. Did also have a question about just the pro forma at the different housing levels and kind of where your breaking point would be. Was that submitted, or was there a reason that wasn't included in the housing impact study?
I'm not following what was the question, sorry?
So if you have developed a pro forma that shows you the different housing levels, so really, again, how you came up with those 6 housing units for employees and why you determined 6 was your maximum.
Yeah, I think, again, because there wasn't a kind of a set calculation that we were able to use or guidelines for the housing study. I mean, I think we took a couple different data points in order to kind of triangulate, also with what is available on site, right? So we've heard about kind of being too dense in the project, right? And when we talked to you guys last time, the goal was to keep the 250 keys, but also be able to add affordable units. We also wanted to put them in a place where people felt comfortable, that they weren't, we didn't want to put them in the middle of the lobby or next to the lobby. So we were trying to find a space that worked for them to get kind of access in and out. It also, although not designated in the plans, also is where there are surface parking lots, parking spaces right outside their front door. We had to, within the setbacks, also provide them a patio space as well as part of the requirement. So that corner of the project felt the ability, if you looked at the plans closely, where that was internal double-loaded corridor with rooms, we flipped it so it's a single-loaded for the hotels on the outside, and then the affordable units are accessed through the other side. So, it was a lot of back and forth and redesign to also understand, because we are operators, how this is, it is a bit tricky to place the room. Not impossible, but it is a bit tricky. So we were very thoughtful about the placement and the location.
Yeah, thank you. Couple questions about community use of the property. The updated applicant letter indicates that many of the hotel amenities will be open to the public. Can you specify, I may have missed this earlier, which amenities and at what hours and capacity?
Yeah, so I would say, initially when we were here, the goal was when we stood up here was to try to get the restaurant and the bar to be able to, because we all thought we would be exempt from the parking requirements. It turns out we're not. So what we're offering is kind of that we have a visitor information center. We've got the marketplace, which we've, based on kind of community feedback, as well as, knowing that we only need one parking spot to accommodate that. We increase that 3 times. It'll act as kind of a grocery store for the locals, as well as when we're, extended stay guests and families, which is a big part of, why we're doing extended stay. It has to do with kind of coastal commission requirements and giving families access. So the community was very upfront with us that if there is no grocery store, so even for our guests, they've got to drive 2 miles down the road, and the community also needs it, so it felt like a good balance. So that's one that will be open to the community. I think we were initially looking at the ability to have conference rooms and meeting rooms available, but I could be wrong, but I think that required a significant amount of parking. But again, I'm walking a fine line of saying we're not going to put up this big wall. We're trying to be part of the community, and there's a balance there between what's allowed code-wise and what's kind of the reality of the neighborhood.
So I want to make sure I understand correctly that only the marketplace, which I think I read is open 24 hours, and the visitor center will be available to the public.
Correct. Did I miss anything? Everything else has too many parking requirements.
Okay. So there'll be some mechanism that you have in place so that the public is only going to those areas and not the restaurant and bar.
Yeah, so there's ways you can do it. We've dealt with it before, but there's instances where, the guy at the bar or the restaurant only takes hotel room numbers, right? So you charge it to your room, can't charge it a credit card. Yeah, it would get a bit tricky, but we'll follow what's part of the conditions of approval and figure out a way. But we've done it before where it's like you give us your room number, we charge it to the room that you're staying in.
Okay. A question about the employees who would reside on the property. Are they permitted to only access the marketplace and visitor center as members of the public who reside there, or do they also have access to other amenities as hotel guests do?
Oh man, it's getting tricky. Obviously, I think we have 9 extra parking spots. So again, part of this balance is not allocating for a public restaurant. Again, it goes back to us not wanting to be a luxury hotel as well. So I think there's some reasoning behind that, but we also are keeping the extra spaces there so that, the residents of the affordable housing can park there. And if they can park there, they can eat there, I think. Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you. A couple questions about the donation to the housing fund. Before you had determined that you needed more clarity about how to contribute to the housing fund, what did you consider? So was it a certain dollar amount? Was it part of the property?
Yeah, it's tricky. We did go down a path as far as just the legal ability to just kind of hand the money somewhere where a fund isn't set up. So I think that was our first thing where and we talked about it last time. It's like there's no mechanism legally or where we would send it. So I think we're still open to that. I think we also, through all of this, we've looked at precedents that other cities that don't have their housing funds set up. And two things that we saw, and I'm happy, I don't remember the exact cities offhand, but I'm happy to send it through. But there's a couple ways where they've solved it, where they weren't just doing one-off with projects where you could actually solve it into perpetuity financially, right? And there's the TOT tax, of which we would be strong proponents, where they've taken a percentage of that, apply it towards a housing fund, right? So you're getting it's sitting in there, and then you've got to go through the legal avenues of taking whatever 2-3%. The other side of it, and this is one that's been done based on kind of the short-term rental and the Airbnbs and how different cities have handled that throughout, but because that is a significant impact to housing, right? More so than even hotels, depending on who you talk to, right? The idea that you're buying, investor is buying a short-term rental property, he can pay more than the other guy for the house, and he's displacing it. So a lot of cities have gotten behind the idea of, okay, fine, we've got to find this balance with short-term rentals, and we've got to allow them to a certain extent, but you need to be registered and permitted, and with that, there's a fee. And that fee has been used to offset and send along to a housing fund because they're, depending on the study and depending on the city, that's a larger impact to neighborhoods and communities is the short-term rental side of things.
So to clarify, you didn't consider a specific dollar amount or a specific part of the property. You went straight to what's the mechanism for giving a contribution, and then just stopped there.
Well, we looked at actually accommodating it on site. So similar to a Coastal Commission, their preference is to try to, when you do have to deal with these luxury hotels, they've taken money and it's sat there for 20 years and they've never known how to allocate it or can't. So we looked at solving it on site to kind of get us there. The actual dollar amount ranges, but it also depends on kind of where we are on kind of final approval. But we're open to it, but there isn't we were hopeful that the Hope Fund was set up and that there was a clearer way, because it is a very fine line you're walking when you start to just kind of hand the money over into an escrow account or something where you don't have the ability. So we're still open to that, but we also were trying to solve it on site.
Okay, great. That's I appreciate that clarity. So still distinguishing that donation to the housing fund would be separate from the employee housing that's on site. You'd consider both.
We would consider both, but they're all kind of intertwined. Yeah.
As far as the community outreach campaign, you talked a little bit about what about the project has changed as a direct result of community outreach. So you mentioned increased marketplace size, changes to the Yananali corner, and additional community use of the site. Can you give us some other specifics about what has changed since community outreach?
Yeah, I think the other, in addition to those, I think the other part of it was understanding about how we accommodated the affordable housing, right? So there's a need and a preference where, the employee housing versus affordable housing versus workforce or housing. So we're looking at it with a preference with, those are same issues that some of the community have, but we're looking at it with preference for employees because it also kind of checks a lot of the things off that the community was worried about, but also handled kind of the affordability component to it. The other amenities that we added, I don't remember if there was anything else related to it. I think ultimately we are going to be very cooperative and open to the property. I think one of the things that has been our biggest educational hurdle for them is that we can't be funk zone, right? We can be a good neighbor and we can integrate as much as we can, but we also have a design that's set in stone. And we know of previous developers that tried to make it look funk zone. It also just doesn't come off right. So there's lots of things from the art to the aesthetic that internally we can handle more. Externally, the aesthetics are kind of set in stone a bit.
Okay, so you touched on a couple of things there. So it sounded like the community outreach discussions also led to discussions about the local workforce and them being hired but also housed on site?
Yeah, or just the idea of the housing issue and parking and traffic. And so, the community made it clear too that they didn't want us displacing existing parking spots off property, right? So we had to clarify kind of our parking study. A lot of because we don't, the parking requirement is based off of the extended stay units being parked as residential in nature. So
great. And then one other note about the community outreach. Last time we talked about the history of the Funk Zone and being really a haven for local artists. So when you did community outreach, I didn't see a specific list of all of the meetings that you held with the different groups. Can you talk about how you prioritized the local artists when you did that community outreach?
Yeah, so we met with a handful of business owners and a handful of community members individually or in small groups. And then we worked with the head of the Funk, Keep the Funk Zone, to coordinate a community meeting, a larger one. And we kind of coordinated the time, the schedule, and the location to make sure that everyone could attend. We did do it in person, but we allowed for Zoom, just given making sure we could get as many as possible. Yeah, and during that conversation, again, and we have, transcripts and and Zooms of everything. The tone of it wasn't opposition. It was really like, how can you integrate yourself in here, to the best of the ability. So it went from everywhere from charging stations for people that need it to parking. It felt like parking could be an issue during peak times, so they felt about that. The affordable housing units, making sure not only are they, could they solve employee, but also the affordability component. And then the marketplace was also key to being part of the community. The balance on the flip side is you have restaurants and bars outside in the Funk Zone that want the business from our guests and don't necessarily want us to be a public-facing restaurant as well. So it's just a little bit of push and pull. But
I just heard you repeat some of the amenities that came out of the discussion with, or during a community forum, but I want to clarify. So it was a handful of meetings with business owners, community members, but just one community forum?
One large community,
And
one where
define large for me, the number of attendees?
25 to 30 in person, maybe 25 in person, and then I don't know how many were on the Zoom, but we reached out to the person that we felt had the best Rolodex to make sure we got everyone that needed to be there in the room.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Wardlow, please.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Thank you, staff, and thank you to the applicant for coming here today and doing another presentation. I will start with my questions to the applicant. Do you mind coming back to the podium, Mr. Gilbert?
And while that happens, I'm just going to remind you to pull that as close as you can, like talk right into it today.
Move all my beverages.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Thank you again for the time, and I will try and be more brief, as many of the commissioners have asked a lot of great questions, and I also feel like staff has done a good job in presenting and kind of giving us clarity that you guys are going to come back with more information. So I want to start similar to kind of Commissioner Boss. There were 5 main things that we asked you guys to come back with. First is one that is not new. It's been in the plans for 40 years, which is the housing study. And so I want to have some questions specific to that. First, maybe it may be better for your project specialist or your housing specialist. So the Cabrillo specific plan that is governing this overall project was very specific in the need to study the long-term and short-term impacts on housing. And is it correct that your study concludes that there is no impact on our housing stock?
So the thing is that the specific plan and the EIR, they don't provide any guidance on how to conduct this one-for-one sort of analysis on what is the housing impact from a singular employment use. And the reality is such a study doesn't exist because you cannot consider a one-for-one housing need without consideration of the entirety of the housing stock. That means the city's housing stock and the county's housing stock as a whole. And so when you start to think about this comprehensively, this requires a lot of modeling and a lot of analysis, and that analysis is actually done by the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. So SB CAG, I guess is what you refer to them as. And that analysis is conducted every 8 years as part of the housing element cycle. So the reason that this is concluding that there's no impact from this site is because through the regional housing needs allocation that has been projected for the city, which considers, the methodology considers a number of factors, but includes both your existing and your projected employment, then that housing need is being passed down to the city, and then through the city's draft housing element, the city has identified adequate capacity across the city to not only accommodate that housing need, but to accommodate a buffer of an additional 17% beyond those units. And none of those sites are identifying the project site. And it's specifically noted within the city's analysis of sites that every site that is zoned to permit multifamily uses was considered in this analysis of sites that are adequate and zoned at appropriate densities to accommodate the capacity. So the project site would have been considered in the city's analysis, but it still was not identified as having adequate housing capacity.
So because it was not identified in our city's work on this, it is not, you're concluding that it's not going to impact our housing stock because it wasn't on our original identification, as well as that there's a number of long-term factors. So what I'm hearing is that it's not possible to do this study.
Yes, for a one-to-one analysis, it's not possible to do this study. You can do this study at a regional scale in the way that SB-CAG has done. And it's not that it's not having a long-term impact, it's that all of the employment projections have been considered, and that's based on the city's land use plans. That's how they anticipate the projected employment, then building on the projected housing need. But the housing need, it does have to consider the entirety of the housing stock, the availability, the conditions, and it has to look at it at a countywide scale.
Okay, so the specific Cabrillo plan that we're all governed by, you're saying it's not, we're not capable of really addressing this one prompt aspect of it, of creating a housing study that would adequately assess the long-term and short-term impacts of this specific project, a 250 major development project. There's no way of assessing how that will impact us with the amount of employees that are coming into this area. There's no way.
I'm saying there's not a one-for-one assessment.
Okay. Okay, moving on. So your study does note methodology that is used in other communities and has been used with other projects, but then it proceeds to explain why that does not work here. So then it jumps into, but we're doing 6 units. So can you describe how you've arrived at 6 units, the methodology of that?
So
because it sounds like that's a part of, because in this study, you do note that because of these 6 units, that is also reasoning for why you're not impacting the housing market.
So the 6 units are providing very real units for the city's housing need while not removing any identified capacity from the city. Those 6 units are, to my understanding, actually coming from the state's density bonus that's being utilized. So it's meeting that threshold of the state's density bonus. Is that correct?
And so what was the methodology to come up with 6 units?
State density bonus law.
But you could have done 10 units, you could do 20 units, you could do what would adequately address the amount of employees that you are employing, correct? Under state density law.
So I think what...
I'm just wondering, how did we get to 6, right? Because to me, when you say 6, and we're saying that, you know, the word solved has been used a lot tonight, we solved the issue of this, we solved the issue of that in response to the direction that this commission has given, and I'm just unclear as to how 6 was the magic number of how this has been solved.
Yeah, so 6 is the magic number for meeting state density bonus threshold. The thing is, if you start thinking about a affordable housing development for this site, what you're actually thinking about is a nonprofit developer. Because when you have an affordable housing development that is beyond a market rate development, you're actually thinking about a development that requires upwards of 20 different sources of funding, looking at subsidies from the city, looking at subsidies from the state, you're looking at tax credits. It gets incredibly complicated when you start considering what's needed for an affordable housing development.
And I appreciate that explanation, but please forgive me for my skepticism, understanding that in the last hearing I was told that this is not possible, and now today I'm hearing that 6 units are possible. And so I'm just wondering how we arrived at 6, and I understand that you're saying that's under state density law, but if staff could correct me, you know, is it saying that 6 is the number? Because my understanding was that under the state density law that they could propose a variety of different amounts of housing. Of employee housing.
Commissioner Wardlow, that is correct, especially if they are all provided at the low income rate. There's unlimited density under state density bonus.
Okay, so again, so was there methodology in choosing the number 6? I just want to understand that, because obviously when we are told in the previous hearing that will not pencil out, this cannot happen, and we are kind of ludicrous for even requesting this, and then we result to the number 6, I just want to understand how we got there.
So again, there is no, if the city had a set standard for us to follow, this wouldn't be this gray area that we're in now. We are providing 6 units. Each of those units are going to cost us $300,000 plus a room. It's almost $1 million or over $1 million, almost $2 million, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of math behind that. So when we also say this doesn't pencil, because I said that in the middle, and towards the end, I said we would come to a compromise, and we did. We came in, we spent time and effort to get to this point today.
And I do appreciate that.
Yeah,
I do
and
want to
so,
note that. I appreciate
and so
that you guys
when
have
you
done
think through, where is that line in the sand? Like, this is not an affordable housing development. We are trying to do a hotel and solve some of the things you guys asked us to do, right? So when you add up the 6 units that we're putting on site, we're building them, we're housing employees in them, and we're agreeing to a fund. I mean, it all adds up. So if we were hopeful, and we spent months spinning our wheels to figure out how to get this housing study that was never requested of us, whether it was in the 1980s document, we had about 20 reports, and I guarantee you we would have done that if it was asked of us from staff. And it wasn't asked of us at staff at the very beginning. And it was at the last meeting, and so we did address it, and we went through all of these things. But there's a line in the sand where you also need to know where that is. I mean, at some point it becomes an affordable housing development and not a hotel. And we have to operate this thing as well, so.
So understanding that, it sounds to me that your line in the sand is 6. Whether or not we up here are going to understand how you came to that, it doesn't seem like there's information that's willing to be provided of how you came to that, and I'll just accept that. Because as you've said, it's, you're working with us and trying to meet us halfway, right? This is the line in the sand to you.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wardlow, I have to admit, and I said this at the last hearing, it's impossible, and I think Elizabeth has enforced this, it's impossible to really get to a number of how many housing unit demand is this project within this community that, by the way, needs 801 or 1,800, right? 8,000, thank you.
Oh my,
Sorry.
what are we talking about?
8,000 units, right, is what we need. And, the original specific plan said it anticipated, and this is a long time ago, it anticipated 7 units for the entire specific plan. I will be honest, we looked at this and said, what's the most units we can add, and then get back to the 250 hotel rooms without creating an aesthetic, visual impact that would block mountain views or whatever. And that was a big part of how we came up with 6. Gee, it's, so many years further, whatever that multiplication is, it's not the entire specific plan, it's a portion of it. It's virtually all the units that the original specific plan anticipated, and we think, yes, we can get those 6 hotel rooms back without creating a visual impact. So,
I appreciate that explanation. I'm glad you went right into bringing up the 7 units that were originally proposed with the ERR back in the 80s. And so that brings me to my next question. Was there a methodology or, any type of analysis done of how does 7 units for 11 acres 40 years ago compute to 6 units today? So I'm just assuming that that's a no. Okay.
Is there somebody who wants to come up? There we go.
My name is Carolyn Groves. I'm a coastal planner with Dudek. I'm also the applicant on this project representing the developers. So there was no methodology in the EIR to explain how they came up with 7. So we did not want to extrapolate on a number that had no methodology.
I mean more like if we're taking it at face value, the 7,
Sure.
right, for whatever methodology they used, if you were to say 7 in the 80s, what does that equate to today?
I mean, the 7 in the specific plan and in the EIR was accounting for the 250-room hotel, which is the same thing. So I don't think the accumulation of the 7 housing units was related to the employment and the build out of the hotel, which is the same size as in the specific plan.
Okay.
So we don't know the methodology, but they're presumably, because we don't know, their methodology for arriving at 7 would have included the employment of a 250-room hotel.
Okay. Last question on the housing study. As part of the code that's in the Cabrillo Plan, it specifically states that the study, at a minimum, shall develop strategies and programs to minimize any potential adverse impacts consistent with the city policy in at this time. So six units is our strategy. Is that correct? Or were there other strategies that were going to be employed?
I mean, there are a lot of amenities associated with the project, so those are some of the things. I mean, some of the other things noted in the study are the amenities, the improvement to the area, that sort of thing. But yes, the six units.
Okay. And I understand that there seems to be some confusion about this whole study and whether, that the applicant feels that they were not aware of it until the last hearing, though in the 2019 hearing, it was, as I think Commissioner Bauke mentioned, it was directly asked of the commission, when are we going to be seeing this study? And it was reported to staff that you would be bringing it back when you have, when in the next round. So at that point, you guys were aware. I find it concerning that if this entire project is hinging on this Cabrillo Plan, that this team of very brilliant people from DUDEC would have not seen and realized that there was a housing study required as part of this to even come before this body. And if it was required at that point, which it very, very clearly is to everybody that has this, how would it be that that the proposal that was submitted to us has no other plans of how are you going to strategize and programs to address the housing issue if the main component of the program and strategy is the 6 units that we as this commission begged the developer to consider to incorporate at the last hearing, when this has been in this document for 40 years?
Yeah, I mean, to that I will note that there's been discussion about a contribution to a housing fund as well, which I'm sure that discussion will continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty, moving on. I appreciate the time. I hope that you all can understand our goal of really just making sure that this is the best project for our community. And I have concerns given that we're hinging everything on this document, and then to come before this body and not have done the things in the document or not be prepared to address them without the guidance of this commission giving you specific examples of things that we want to see. It's just like you guys are frustrated. It's just a little frustrating. So moving on. Common use of property, I appreciate the concessions on this, and I will come back to that part in 2 other bullet points. The fourth piece of this, kind of the direction that we gave you guys at the last meeting, was the community outreach. So I'd love to ask you a few questions about that, if that's okay, Mr. Gilbert. So first, I've heard a few different things. Have you guys how many meetings did you host?
We hosted one large community meeting, as they asked, and we held probably 6 smaller meetings in person.
Great. Where did you host the meetings?
Within the Funk Zone.
Great.
Within the Funk Zone.
And how did you go about inviting and notifying the public?
Yeah, so for the larger one, we reached out to the head of the Keep the Funk Zone head and had her reach out to her network so that we made sure we talked to all the business owners and made sure they were aware of it as well. We talked to people that had commented on the last planning commission, and then we reached out. And after the community meeting, we gave them all our contact information and asked for any further information to be sent that way for us to discuss. So.
And do you have a report or like an executive summary of kind of the overall discussion? And because you have noted that, the sentiment in the room was positive and that you felt good about it, yet I have received, we have received in total, I think, 25 public comments in various forms, and of those only 2 were supportive, 1 mediocrely and strange. So, I'm a little concerned that, if
we have a full transcript. We've got the Zoom recorded.
It would be wonderful if that could be included and sent to the Planning Commission. When we talk about community engagement and neighborhood compatibility, my expectation of that is that to literally see a map of the Funk Zone with all the businesses and little dots saying, yes, we've communicated with them, they're supportive, no, they're not supportive, where is the community on understanding that this project is coming and that they've actually been engaged and notified in their feedback. That's typically what I hope to see when we talk about a community
Do
engagement
you have an
plan.
example of that you've gotten?
Yes,
in
I have
pla-
lots.
All right. Can you send them to us?
I can.
That would be great.
I can share some. Yeah, I can share something to
Because
demonstrate what I
again,
mean.
we reached out to the community members that told us that they have the Rolodex to reach everybody. Again, so we did the best we can, not saying we got everybody, but we're happy to do that. But
And I understand that obviously, like, your job is not to run around and do community engagement, but I do anticipate that when we're having, significant opposition to a project, I actually expected to come into this room and see a stacked room of supporters for you.
yeah, it's interesting because again, in the meeting where we are sitting there, there's no grandstanding. We're sitting there this close to the person. It is never opposition. The person who really formally opposed the project today didn't say one word during the entire community meeting. And so it's hard for us where if someone is just going to staunchly oppose the project, we're going to have to agree to disagree because I can't work with that. We've asked people to be collaborative. We've given them our information. We've given them the forum and the platform when and where they've wanted it. And if they don't talk at that point, we're supposed to read that they're going to then oppose the project staunchly. It's impossible for us to do our job and to try to get back in front of it, right?
So just to keep things moving.
Sure.
I'm going to encourage Commissioner Wardler, can you move forward with more questions, and we can always add this to a deliberation comment if necessary?
Sure. I can add this into my other comments. My last question is, do you anticipate having a unionized workforce?
From a construction standpoint?
From a construction and then an operational perspective?
Not operational.
Okay.
I think from a construction standpoint, we are absolutely open to it.
Okay. Thank you. I have some questions for staff, and I feel like I'm
Go
taking
ahead.
too long, so I'm going to try and go faster.
It's your question time. You
Okay.
guys Go ahead.
I guess this is for Kennedy. So it's clear that the housing assessment was sent to staff, and that staff then said, can you, come back with another version of this? What was your initial concerns with the report, and what was addressed in the next report that you now feel that this is, adequate enough to send to the Planning Commission?
Yeah, I can't remember actually what the changes were. They're very minor changes from what was originally, if Mr. Buss can. And then we accepted the report, although we didn't feel that it was, we felt it was suitable, but we didn't agree with a lot of it and felt like it needed more work, but we wanted to move forward with this.
Okay.
So.
And I assume that there was no internal study done on the same questions that I just asked them of how does 7 in the 80s equal 6 in the today?
Yeah, we had those same questions internally.
Well, I would assume so. Okay, so we still don't know kind of any methodology or assessment of what that means from a staff side and the applicant side. I have some questions about traffic because I think most of all the other questions have been addressed. So I see that in the last Planning Commission meeting, there was a summary in the staff report about traffic and that it had been concluded that it wasn't an issue based on that you had done some modeling based on driveway count methodology versus SB traffic model methodology. Could you just describe what the difference of that is? I apologize, I don't know.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Wardlow, through the chair. Sorry. Michelle Bedard. The initial studies that was part of the original preliminary application to kind of take a baseline for the original, like what's existing today. So that's where the driveway counts came into play. And then as we...
Ms. Bedard, I'm sure you can guess. We can barely hear you. Could you scream into your microphone a little bit, please?
Yes,
I'm sorry. I know it's very inconvenient. The music's just getting louder, so bear with us.
Of course. So as I was just saying, and I'll just repeat, the initial project of including the driveway counts and et cetera was really part of the preliminary project to get a baseline for the existing uses and existing conditions. We use that as a baseline then to compare the proposed project.
Okay. And it notes this difference between not doing the SB traffic model that's typically used and using the driveway count. And then from that, you concluded that that the use would not increase the capacity in the intersection by more than 1%. So do you still stand by that now, given that in this report it says that this was conducted not knowing all of the information, like the full size and bulk and scale of the project and things like that? Now that we have all of that information and it's 250 units and 60 employees, is that still the city's assessment? Because I didn't see that in the new staff report.
Yes, that's correct. That did not change.
Okay, thank you.
And just,
Sorry, what? No, it's okay.
Thank you. I was just going to add that I also did just do this morning preliminary analysis of the potential for 6 units, and that did not add any significant trips to the project.
Okay, I really appreciate that. I drive down this street all the time, and so to me, this sounds like a major change in terms of traffic, but I appreciate that staff has done the work on this and that you guys are conclusive in your discovery that this will not create an impact, so thank you. I have 2 other, I feel like I'm taking too long. Okay, I'll move on. That's the remainder of my questions. Fine. Okay, my last question is just about the open space. So there's the 2-acre requirement, and is staff comfortable with the use, like the way in which it's being proposed? Obviously, in the Cabrillo specific plan, it doesn't state that the recreational activities must be outdoors, so I assume that that is the leniency on how this, what it all has turned out to look like. But I just wanted to see if staff had an opinion that they agree with, that this is in the spirit and letter of intent with the Cabrillo specific plan.
Yes, Commissioner Wadlow. Yes, we agree that it's either active, passive. It could be the fitness center, and those kind of areas are
That's what I thought.
part of
Okay.
that. Yes.
I appreciate it. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner DeLuccio, please.
Oh, boy, I'll try to be brief.
You don't have to be. I mean, it's your turn.
Most of the commissioners have asked really excellent questions.
There you go.
And I'm hearing the sound is vibrating at this point. Do you feel that way? So, yeah, let's do it. By the time this project does get approved or whatever, we may have a HOPE fund, so then that may address the concern where the money would go. And I'm going to ask the applicant if you come back up. You mentioned $1 million to $2 million possible investment in affordable housing. What does that entail?
I was just kind of ballparking construction costs. So we're building the 6 units. Construction costs are high, so it's probably about $300,000 a door. So times 6.
Okay, so that's not including if you were to volunteer some money into to a housing or HOPE fund. Neighborhood meeting, does staff, maybe it's a staff question, you may want to stay up too, I may have more questions for you. Does staff require, in our ordinance, do we require that on certain projects of certain scale, that there be a neighborhood meeting, like the staff would coordinate with the applicant?
No, we don't have that requirement.
Okay, because some cities do, and that would be a more formal way of getting documentation, to come before this body, as part of our deliberations and determination.
Isn't this a
I
community
just want to
meeting?
add that we do for transportation planning, and I don't want to speak for Public Works, but they often do a lot of outreach public.
I
But
would
for
be kind of
private
interested-
projects, we haven't required
It'd be
that.
interesting if we had that as part of planning, but just want to make that as sort of a comment or a question. And also, as I know you mentioned that for groundwater in the garage, you'll have sophisticated pumping to pump it out, et cetera. I heard one of the speakers mentioned something about, maybe I didn't hear correctly, elevated structures are not permitted in the coastal zone?
Yeah.
Below base, yeah.
Again, Carolyn Groves, I'm a coastal planner. I formerly worked at the Coastal Commission, so I'm familiar with coastal issues. That's not correct. I mean, coastal development does have to take flooding and sea level rise into account, obviously. But throughout this entire project, we've followed Coastal Commission specified guidance on sea level rise. We've followed Ocean Protection Council guidance, FEMA guidance. It is allowed to have, the real limitation is the first floor of habitable space has to be well above the base flood elevation, which this is. The garage does not count as a basement, which is what some other speakers have referred to. And it is, again, within Coastal Commission guidance, a parking garage is allowed to be, because it's not, it's considered sort of a sacrificial structure, if you will. That it's not going to affect actual people if the basement, or excuse me, not the basement, the garage gets flooded.
Yeah.
And so, and I will note too, I mean, you know, in our sea level rise study and in our flooding analysis, Coastal Commission has seen all of that as well as part of the larger project. So, yes, the short answer is yes. Development below the base flood elevation is allowed in the coastal zone as long as it's not a habitable space.
Okay, thank you for that. And who initiated the discussion with the, who initiated the discussion with the Coastal Commission? Was it after this hearing, or?
So we actually sent plans to the Coastal Commission. I believe the first time was in October of last year. We asked them several times to provide comments and meet with us to discuss the project. They did not do that. They didn't reach out to us. The first time we ever heard from them was in the comment letter that was submitted the day before the last hearing. Since we got that letter, we aggressively pursued a meeting with them with city staff's cooperation. We wanted to get their concerns addressed, and we had tried to before the first hearing, but we were not met with cooperative reception, I guess. So after the first hearing, we did meet with them several times. Many emails were exchanged, and we got to a place where they gave us both verbal and written confirmation that they had been satisfied with their concerns and they didn't have any further concerns.
Okay, it'd be good to have that documentation, I think, as the commission indicated earlier. And the other question is, maybe it's for staff also. I know many studies were done for this for the site. How are they made available to the public?
Well, we did, in our staff report, list them all and say they are available. So people have reached out to me. I have provided them to both the commission and to other interested parties when they've asked, putting on a site that they can access.
I have a question, maybe it's transportation related. It has to do with the Garden Street, the left turns. To me, that sounds kind of dangerous, but maybe understand that better, please. Having left turns, is that coming out or in?
Commissioner DeLuca, through the chair, the left turns are limited to no left turn exits from the Garden Street driveway on the hotel property. They will not be allowed to turn left out of the property towards the freeway.
So how will you enter that? How do you enter and exit? You have to make a right?
Well, if you're coming from the freeway,
you make a right into
turn,
the.
yes.
Okay, so there is no left turns.
No left turn exiting from the hotel property.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to clarify that, so I understand it. I do have some other questions, but it's more comments. So as far as design today, you got off easy. We haven't even gotten to any of that. I know that the affordable rooms are going to be on the first floor, and then you're going to switch and put on the third floor the hotel rooms. But the envelope size is not going to increase, is it? Is the square footage going to increase, or it's just a rearrangement of the units?
Yeah, it did increase.
Oh, it did?
So it was a net increase in square footage.
How much? About?
Mr. Cannell, just make sure when you respond, when you're ready, that you're in here in the mic. Eat that mic. Yeah, no, it's so noisy. Thank
like
you.
my left.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your average room size? Yeah, probably, right? So it's probably less than 3,000 square feet, I'm guessing, somewhere in that range, but I'll get the exact
We
number.
can't hear you. I didn't hear
sorry.
anything.
So it's probably in the range of 3,000 square feet max, but we'll get the right number for you.
That's good to know. And then you're going to have, there's going to be 3 meeting rooms proposed?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
So
correct.
that didn't trigger any additional work? With 3,000, doesn't trigger any, I'll ask the planner, Ms. Kennedy, doesn't trigger anything about this project that would change it or require anything different?
Actually, no, it doesn't. Adding the units, though, themselves, they had to meet requirements for outdoor space, private, and other things like that.
And I guess my final question right now, which I'm going to hold out on, I want to thank staff and especially all the environmental work, things that we talked about today. I want to commend you for your knowledge. And I guess you're looking for a continuation. And are you looking for a continuation with a date certain? You can come back at a certain time? Or is that going to depend what it triggers?
Commissioner DeLucio. It will depend on, we want to research the issue about the Cortese list, and I think it'll depend on what we find and what would be the appropriate action on whether we can use the exemption or whether an initial study is triggered.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And next, we have Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For people who are watching on TV.
Could you get that mic even closer? Whatever you can do. I know you have a mask on. Please just be patient with us.
For those who are watching and hear these remarks about the noise and the sound and the occasional sounds of music that you hear, it's because fiesta is going on outside in De La Guerra Plaza, and it's definitely audible in the council chambers. I just have one question that's brought, all my questions have been asked by others aside from this, but there was the discussion of how the developer can't make a cash contribution for housing because there isn't a place to put it. Is there any reason why it couldn't go to the Housing Authority, the Santa Barbara City Housing Authority?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Lodge, I'm glad you brought that up because I'd like to address it. We could accept a donation. We would condition it upon acceptance probably prior to building certificate issuance, and that it would be designated as to the city for affordable housing development and to be designated into a trust fund at the city's discretion. That's how we would probably address that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Does that conclude your comment?
That concludes my questions, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. So now it's my turn. And as whenever you come in last, it's kind of an advantage because there's not a lot of questions left on the table. My big questions were asked early on, but in the process, a few little ones have been developed. I'm going to possibly even ask similar questions and then go into like a little bit more depth on them. So forgive me if you think that you heard it before. I'm going to start with Ms. Bedard, and the question I originally had has been asked, but I'm going to go into a little bit more depth. I guess it just sounds really obvious when one thinks of a 250 key hotel and some more, 6 more housing units that naturally we should expect some change to the traffic, but we've heard for all intents and purposes that there's no change, whether it's, affecting CEQA or affecting just the report in general. Could you explain that? How is there not an impact from your analysis? Or if it maybe how's not the right word, but, could you explain the reason that impact is so small?
Yes, thank you, Chair Bonderson. Well, let's see how to best do this. Really how we look at it is the overall project development and how many traffic trips that will generate. And then we look at a traffic, internally, we do a traffic trip distribution where we look at where the traffic's coming from and where it's going to. And then if at any one point, any traffic in any one intersection will increase more than 1% in capacity. So yes, in theory, this will generate more traffic than is existing, but as our CEQA policies go into the details, we're looking for whether or not the traffic will increase at any one intersection at more than 1% of our CEQA thresholds, if that makes sense.
And is that in a day? Is that in an hour? Like, how do we analyze that 1%? Where's the break?
Yes. So we look at peak AM trips and peak PM trips.
Okay. And so just to reiterate what I heard, we're not saying that we won't see more traffic. We're saying that the traffic that is created remains below that threshold of 1% in a day for the purposes that you're analyzing. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And
That
Chair
helps.
Bonderson, just to add on to that, I think hotels have different peak hours.
Sure.
So even though it's a very large project, that's part of the reason why it's not impacting the AM peak or the PM peak.
Yeah, they're working on a different kind of check-in, check-out period of, yeah, I understand. And that helps a lot because, you know, it's hard to even accept that there's no change. Well, that's not what you're saying. I needed to hear that. Also, there was the discussion of train pedestrian conflict found, I don't even remember, it was a public commenter that brought that up with regard to the environmental study. Could you talk to us about what that means? What is a train and pedestrian conflict that is seen at the site?
Chair Bonderson, there was a train, let's see, what's it called? A risk of upset train safety analysis that was conducted, and basically was designed to address the CEQA threshold of a design feature that poses a safety hazard. In this case, the train tracks being adjacent to this project. And so it was looking at the potential for accidents to occur based on the design of the site.
Okay, that helps a lot because I was thinking it had to do with helping the commute, and it's not anything to do with that. I also wanted to be really clear, since the vicinity of this project site is so close to the train, and when we talk about not keeping, but the advantages of projects being half a mile from public transportation, is it fair to say that, well, I shouldn't say it's fair to say, I'm going to ask you, do you, from a transportation point of view, Ms. Bedard, do you look at the train and consider that as a transportation unit for this site, or are you looking more at walking and buses and bicycles?
Chair Bonderson, we look at the train station itself, where people board and exit the train, not just the train track proximity. Yes. But then, yes, we also look at pedestrian and bicyclists, infrastructure, et cetera.
Do you, from our city's, I'm so sorry, I'm so distracted by this music. I feel like they're dancing on my brain. From our city's collection of data, do we have information that helps us understand how many workers that are employed by the service industry take the train versus a different form of public transportation that may be more economically in their price range?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. No, we don't have that data per se. I will add that when we look at the ITE records for our transportation, those numbers and those models, they're designed to include guests and employees. So we factor that in the initial analysis.
Yes, that makes sense, because if some guests want to come in with the train, this would be an ideal site, sure. Very good. And last time we saw this project, I don't remember who it was, you'll have to forgive me, there's so much information. But we had asked of you, applicants, if you would have considered having one of those clean air buses, the ones that take employees possibly to Ventura or to Oxnard or wherever those natural stops are currently existing. And I wanted to know if any more thought or perhaps some sort of interest has been put into that as part of this project. I don't know if Mr. Gilbert, you may or may not have an answer. Maybe the answer is no, you haven't put any more thought, but I know that was something we had asked you.
So is it like a shuttle bus is what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm not talking about bus passes.
Yeah.
Because bus passes tend to be for our MTD, our local bus. I'm talking about anyone who may be commuting in, and we do have those buses for other purposes. Are you interested or planning to be teaming up with that service to serve your property site?
We are very much open to that. We did not study that, to be honest with you. I don't think it was on our list that we caught, but we're very much open to that.
I would really like to put that back on your list
You're saying there's currently a shuttle bus system that helps?
There's currently a
Okay.
bus system in place. I don't know how close it comes
Not public,
already.
almost a private one that shuttles employees around?
Let me ask, is it public or is it private? How does that tend to work? I just want to make sure they have that information for themselves. It could be both, but
Yeah,
it would-
Chair Bonderson, honestly, I'm not really sure. I want, my gut instinct is to say that it's probably a private business. I'm just thinking of like cool, like the Clean Air Express businesses. That's
But it
not
serves a lot of
city.
different locations. Why don't we do our best to
Okay.
pass that information
Yeah,
along
that'd be great.
through staff?
Okay.
But I just want to make sure that's on your radar.
Yep.
Thank you.
Very much.
My next question, let me keep going. Yes, might keep you up here, Mr. Gilbert. Now, I know that you've already addressed this a few times, but perhaps not exactly in this way. Could you talk to us a little bit more about what type of restaurant and bar you plan on having? I know we're talking about moderate accommodations. It's open only to your guests, but what kind of service is it anticipated to be?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be considered select service, right? So it's going to be very kind of basic breakfast for guests only at this point, right? Lunch service will likely be grab and go. It's just a very tough business to have during the day period. So it'll be on a grab and go or use the marketplace. And then dinner will be kind of small plates and kind of beer, wine, and liquor.
So in other words, it's not really what we think of when we think of a sit-down restaurant where you are served and...
Yeah. No, and that's on purpose. That's kind of the part of keeping this a moderately priced hotel is knowing that, most of the guests will either, with the extended stay rooms, have the kitchen and can cook themselves, right? Or they'll be out in the funk zone kind of, eating. So, but it's a very basic... It's, in most cities, they're not really considered restaurants in the definition of restaurants, right? They're like a guest amenity.
And I believe you said that it would be open most of the day. It just would be serving these small portions.
Yep. And then
And
lunch
not-
service is kind of a grab and go.
Grab and go, and it's not 24 hours, it's...
The marketplace would be.
Right.
Right, so that would have sandwiches and soups and things like that in it, but.
And lastly, is there an intention to have any type of room service through that restaurant? Okay.
No.
I was just interested in understanding that more.
Yep.
I had personally hoped that it would be a restaurant, an actual
Okay.
restaurant,
Yeah.
personally, just that we could all be welcome there. But it doesn't sound like that's the plan. And I believe you said earlier that that's due to the parking requirement.
Yeah,
Could
so
you
when we-
remind us how
you-
many spots it would have required to be a actual?
40? Yeah, so
it.
basically, we went through this, because we did stand up here last time and
Yeah,
say
yeah.
we would love to make it a public restaurant, and that SB 2097 allowed for the exemption of parking, so we said, great. And so we did that, we changed the plan, submitted them, and then they came back and said, you're not exempt, you have to park it, and it's upwards of 40 spaces. You
Because
would
of the
have to have-
coastal zone, is that correct? Is that the reason?
Hotels are exempt from
Wow.
SB 2097.
That's a pity.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear
Yeah.
that. I was really looking forward to having that option. Okay, and then my next question, and I don't know if this would be a Mr. Cornell architect design question, or if we can start with Mr. Gilbert. Maybe
You don't want design, you don't want me answering design questions.
I like talking to Mr. Cornell. So my question is, why did you particularly choose to offer studios? I mean, other than the size. I mean, what does a studio do? Is it a cost of building? Is it just less is more kind of thing? What was your thoughts behind
Well,
that choice?
Chair Bonderson, to be honest, it really was a matter of taking existing extended stay rooms and turning them into hotel rooms. So we didn't change the unit type. Those units have bathrooms and kitchens in them, and so it made sense to
It's just a
use
swap?
studios. Yeah.
Okay.
And that is, that is a workforce unit. That is for a single individual or even a couple that can live in that unit.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear, and I appreciate the reiteration for the record. Don't go anywhere, because I'm going to ask you another one.
You're going to ask me
These
why
are
it's
design. These are
Spanish?
design questions, and I that's why I wanted to speak with you and cut out the middleman. With regard to the meeting rooms, are the meeting rooms intended for staff use, office use, or is it more for guest purposes or maybe
No, I
people
think it
from
would be
outside?
for a group of hotel users that might come as a group. It could be, like, for instance, Dudek might have people come up, and then they would ask to use the meeting room for that group of people that are staying in the hotel.
You know why I ask is because I'm always looking for ways to get more housing if at all possible. And I'm curious to know if meeting rooms in a hotel of this type might be worth sacrificing if you could use the space for a different purpose. I was wondering what your thoughts might be on that.
Well, I think I would ask Sean to answer that as the hotel
Okay,
operator.
pass the torch back. The middleman is back. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. We're at the joking hour. It's 5 o'clock.
I would say this is very minimal meeting space in the context of hotels, right? So this isn't where we don't have big banquet spaces. We're not looking to use them in that capacity.
Yep.
But the type of guests that you'll want to get, a lot of times will want to have those small meetings. It's important for like a group business standpoint as well to be able to offer them meeting space. So I wouldn't necessarily sacrifice it because it opens up the type of clientele that you need and even the community would like as far as being able to host small groups. You will not see us hosting big banquets or things like that. It's, again, kind of goes back to the select service hotel.
If I remember correctly, there's 3 rooms. How big are those rooms? How many people would they tend to seat?
1,200 square feet. Total?
1,200 square feet.
1,200 square feet.
Which I would consider big. I mean, that's serving several people.
Yeah, I think there's an executive board room, and then I think, which is kind of like thinking like an executive board type table, and then, 1,200 is not, most kind of hotels in this scale probably max out at 3,000. So even in your typical select service is about 3,000. Think like the bigger hotels that host this, it's like 20,000, 30,000 or so, to give you a difference. But
Right.
most hotels of this category are in, I would say, maxing out at where we're at. So
I'm just trying to digest this information because I understand we're keeping it in a moderate category. We're doing our best to perhaps also bring in the community and have your amenities cooperate with the community. So
Yeah.
maybe finding meeting rooms elsewhere that the hotel could team up with would allow your guests to have that connection with our community and maybe use this space, especially if there's 3 of them. I'm guessing, I don't know exactly. I know they're looking it up, I can tell. But there's a certain amount of square footage that we could possibly give back. Maybe not in exactly that location, but swap something. I'm very interested in understanding, with your thoughts on how much it costs to build certain things, if we can get more housing on this property that may satisfy us and get you where you need to be.
Yeah.
I can tell, Mr. Cornell, did you want to add something? He's hovering.
Sorry, just in terms of their location, the
Yeah.
meeting rooms are right off of the
Yeah.
main
And
entry.
that's why I said it may not be a direct swap. I'm not here to design it for you, but, one of my favorite images that your applicant team showed us today were the before and after, and how very little, at least to my eyes, very little the addition on the 3rd floor impacted the views and impacted what we could see from the angles that you've chosen to demonstrate the project. And I personally, I may stand alone up here, but if that is if that is what's available, if we could do more of that and give back even more housing, I should say create more housing and swap it, I would love to see that. I think that would just continue to encourage us to be pleased with where this is going. So I'm not here to make that decision. There's 7 of us, but that's where I was going with this conversation, and just ultimately asking you, what more can you do to compromise, and how can we get more units? If we can get past 6 and get twice as much, or even more than that. Naturally, without damaging the views.
Yep.
And what you've shown us is that it can be done the way that the project is currently configured.
Yep.
There's enough area
Yeah.
to allow for that.
Yeah, we wish there was a black and white calculation, right? Because we know, I mean, we talked about it, like
Yeah.
if we came, what is that number, right? And because there isn't the standard to which you do a housing study or apply certain things, you know, the behind the scenes for us is really calculating that balance between the cost, the location, knowing we do have to go back to Historic Landmarks Commission as we add scale or things to the third floor. So there's a lot of pushing and pulling. We will absolutely look at what else we can do. I think for us, it kind of still goes back to knowing, you know, that there is a finish line, right? So it's like we need to know that if we go back with the items that are before us now, i.e. looking at the housing, having them, you know, look into the CEQA exemption, that we can get there, because it's hard for us to know where that line is because there's not a hard and fast
Right.
rule on it. So
Yeah, no, and I hear you with that, and I'm personally having probably the same type of feeling that, you know, you know, how do we flip back and forth and find a compromise, and how do we make sure that we are addressing the community need? How are we doing our job here as a commission in the best way possible? How are you getting to where you need to be? And I just feel like this is a bit of a process. I'm looking for solutions with you, not just to reprimand you. And I think that there might be an opportunity here, if we're still somewhat at the drawing board, if this does get continued, there's an opportunity to come back with something even more that may serve us better. But we want to help you get there. So I wanted to ask you, now that you're, you know, on this topic with me, we had a public commenter who was a hotel owner himself. You remember him? He mentioned, if I got the numbers right, that they built and run a hotel with 23 units and in addition to that, 9 housing units, workforce housing. I just wanted to know what your opinion is
I
on
think
that.
he could provide.
Was that your project?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And I felt that was a disingenuous comment. There was a building on the site. This is the Inn at the Spanish Gardens on Garden Street, which we designed. There was an old, that used to be, historically, it was an art teaching kind of college, and there was a great little house on it, and that building needed to be preserved. And so it was moved to a empty lot on De La Vina, and was created, a housing unit was created along with some other housing units for it. Those are not employee housing for that hotel, and it was never intended to be. It was just simply a swap and an additional opportunity to create housing.
Good.
So-
Thank you for explaining that.
And you know, I mean, I have to ask you all a question. How many hotel in this town provide housing for their employees?
Yeah.
The answer is 0.
You know, I feel
You think
very.
there are? Okay, I'm curious. What hotel provides housing?
I believe it's Santa Barbara Hotel Group.
Okay.
Do you have more information that you'd like to share on that? No? Okay, I just didn't want to interrupt you. You know, and I think that it's a fair comment, Mr. Cornell, because at the end of the day, not every site is zoned for housing. So you have a very unique property as well that is zoned for both, with support, you know, with the 1983 development plan that supports the opportunity if you had chosen to go with more housing or housing only. So that's also a little bit of I guess, a unique situation here that we're playing with.
Not to argue, but in this town, any zone that would allow a hotel would allow housing.
Yeah.
The only zone that doesn't allow housing are the manufacturing zones, of which one of those sites is in this specific plan, by the way.
Can I?
And the HRC2, HRC 1 and 2 zones.
Yeah, HRC 2 wouldn't allow more housing. I only know that because of my projects that are dealing with that today. Yeah, do you want to jump on that one? Go ahead.
Just to the point of hotels providing employee housing, right here it notes that employee housing at the Rosewood, Miramar, and the Biltmore, which could add 60 units of housing, half of which are going to employees. So
That's in the county.
Yes, in the county, sorry, but I mean, this is Santa Barbara, that's nearby, and that's a major hotel. That's one of our largest hotels.
Hold on.
I just want to be, I'm giving the example because you asked, are there examples? And there are examples right here in Montecito, which is, yes, outside of the city limits, but very much part of Santa Barbara. And so I give that as an example, as well as I've heard of many examples throughout the state. So this is not something that is, an outrageous request.
Yeah, it's also a $3,000 a night, 6-star hotel. So again, part of the balance is for us to keep this in a moderately priced. So when you start to think through that, and they have additional land over there, I know that site very well. So it's just really hard to kind of do apples to apples comparison for something that's outside the city and going for that really luxury hotel.
And I just want to kind of reel it back in. I want to make sure that you're not getting offended by my questions. I'm still searching for solutions and more than anything interested in knowing your personal opinion on it, because perhaps you might think something in there might be interesting to explore and you have an opportunity to do so. And if not, then these are just questions. But taking that comment, considering this is an empty lot, considering it's zoned and supported to have the potential for housing in a way that other sites may not, or, the size of the lot and so on. I heard you earlier, correct me if I'm wrong, that you didn't come here to be a nonprofit to build affordable housing units. But what if, in a perfect world, we're starting from zero, part of this project could have been market rate housing, and it would have been a hotel and some housing. I mean, now we're sort of patchworking trying to get housing into the project. But that being said, isn't there an opportunity to add more housing if you're willing to do some of that swap and some more square footage on the third floor? Would you be willing to consider even looking at that?
I mean, I think that's the compromise we're getting to, right? I mean, I think we're offering the units on site. It's not the business we're in. I think in theory, a lot of people think that works out well, but again, it starts to drive up the cost and the differentiation, right? You can't have a moderately priced hotel with, at least operationally, intertwined so much, especially if you think about the hotels that do that day. This is the Rosewoods, it's the Mandarin Orientals, it's the Four Seasons, it's the things like that. So we not only have to answer to you guys, but we have to answer to coastal, and so access to the coast.
Right.
And then we're going and triggering the traffic studies, right? Like part of the hotel lining up very well for some of these other things is the traffic and the peak patterns where you guys talk about how it helps. So you just start to go down this path where it makes it unsustainable.
I think you're pretty much safe in that category. I'm trying to beat that one and I can't. But I wanted to just say,
Jump in 1 second.
sure, go ahead.
Have you addressed this with the Coastal Commission, putting housing on site?
More housing than 6, do you mean?
Well, the 6, so what, have you addressed housing for the project, putting it on site?
Just briefly, housing is outside of the purview of Coastal Commission. They don't, in the Coastal Act and under Coastal Commission's jurisdiction, they do not consider housing, so they don't have any opinion.
They don't consider it, or they discourage it?
They don't
chime in on it,
regulate it at all.
Okay.
Or they don't encourage it or discourage. They have no authority or jurisdiction over housing.
They're looking for hotels.
Isn't that interesting?
They do over hotels, yes, because they're a visitor serving amenity, which is the Coastal Commission's purview.
Okay, so just to wrap up my question period, I wanted to just mention one of the things that I heard from our public commenters from the community, that there's certain things that they were hoping to see, there's certain things that are not working out based on just the restaurant is not working out. But I did hear the opportunity to perhaps have art throughout your building and maybe the grounds, local artists, way to connect the property to the neighborhood. We never talked about that. We haven't heard your interest, and I see you're nodding and you're smiling. Could you speak up on it for the record, and at least we can get one thing check marked?
Yeah, we love the idea. We're very much open to it. We're talking with one of the people right now about incorporating it. So yeah, no, that's not something that we brought up today, but it's something we're very much wanting to. And we want to find ways where the interior of the building, where there's flexibility to make sure the community is brought in, not only physically, but with art, with other ways to activate, so.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Thank you for speaking on that. And my last question goes to our staff. We heard the housing specialist, and forgive me, I don't remember your last name. She mentioned that there's no one-for-one assessment. There's no way to get that type of statistic put together for us. I wanted to know, how did the specific plan intend, I mean, from your interpretation, how did it intend to get a housing study? What would be your best guess? I mean, it's asking us to expect something, but we don't have any foundation to get it. How can we work with what's been asked of us?
Well, I don't have a good answer for that, really. Unfortunately, there's a little guidance in the EIR, I think, but it doesn't really give us enough to say we need certain things and certain methodology. So it's very difficult.
And Chair Bonderson, I think this was included in maybe the last staff report, but the city did originally, as part of our development plan findings, have a finding about impacts on affordable housing, and we moved away from that because it is so difficult to do on a project-by-project basis. And the thought process when that finding was removed was that with our citywide EIR and the new general plan, we would be addressing it on a citywide basis. So we have gone away from the project-by-project analysis, and unfortunately, we haven't been able to find good information to give the applicant on what would be expected in a study.
And that being said, is there anything that we could ask of them that, in your opinion, from a staff perspective, would give us some sort of tangible information that would support an effort to understand what we're hoping to understand? Or do we just throw this out of the window and pretend it never happened? Such a tricky question, I know. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm sorry.
Chair Bonderson, I don't know. I think understanding their number of employees, that's helpful. But how that translates to number of units, so we've got one part of the equation, but how do we get to the rest of it?
Do we have other projects in our community with this type of expectation as part of their plan, their specific plan or development plan that we can hopefully plan ahead for?
Chair Bonderson, no, I don't think so. These were requirements that were given in a lot of these projects in the 1980s, and so I think those projects have been developed. This may be one of the last with this remaining language that asks for it.
So, and this is meant as to bring in a little humor, but once this project is completed, do we not have to see this anymore?
I can't promise that, but I'm not aware of it as a requirement for any other project.
I mean, this is frustrating to everyone involved. This is not just frustrating to the applicant. It ties our hands, so it's unfortunate that we're all going through this experience together. I'm now completed. I've completed my period of questions, but I do have a few people on my screen, and I want to make sure that I don't miss them if they're new. First, I have Commissioner Lodge. Were you here for a reason? Or did I just forget to clear you? Okay. I remember you were before me, so I may have done that. Next, I have Commissioner Wardlow. Did you still want to comment on anything? No? No. Commissioner, Vice Chair Bauke next.
Yes, I actually have a couple questions, follow-up questions and things that have come up. Number one, just want to be clear back to the employee question. That is total 60 period during a 24-hour day, or is it per shift? 24-hour day. So we're talking just 60. Okay. There's the next question is the staff. I don't see in our environmental documentation a ground-borne vibration study, since you're right next to the railroad. Why don't we have that? Because that does have significant impacts on the inhabitants.
Commissioner Bauke, a noise study was prepared. I need to take a look to see if it included vibration. Sometimes noise studies do include those as well. Let me get back to you.
Okay. I don't recall seeing it there, so that's why I asked the question. And just a question and sort of a comment, which is, I think what's in the specific plan is asking for what the housing demand from the project is, not a needs assessment. And they are two different things. And so I just want to bring that to everybody. They are two different things. And a demand assessment is not something that's new and different. I've got 6 different documents in front of me that they've done the methodology. There is basically standard professional practice in this area. And I can give you 5 economic firms that I could call up tomorrow, and they could give you a scope to get the answers that we're looking for. So just sorry.
It's,
That's not a question.
I know, it's frustration. Why don't I make it into a question for our staff? Ms. Tabusk, would it be helpful at this time for each one of us that have offered, I believe 3 different commissioners have offered some sort of resource here today that would help support this project? Would it be useful for us to have them email you directly and have you perhaps share that with the applicant? Would that even be worth the effort?
Yes, I think so. I think any additional information to help the applicant respond would be helpful.
Yes,
Okay. I just caution that whatever information that a commissioner would be sending, that they send it directly to staff and not CC any of the other commissioners.
Absolutely. And so because that came up, I believe 3 times today, I want to make sure that our commission doesn't just end the conversation here. If you offered something, please email Ms. Tabusk and Ms. Ostringer. I would assume you're going to vet it before you share it.
You can go ahead and just send it to staff. Whatever is sent to staff is public record, and the public can request copies.
Is that okay then, just to send it? Okay, good. Well, I'm going to now open up the next step of today's hearing, and I'm going to encourage us, unless there is a different opinion, that we have been asked by staff to consider a continuance. While you are deliberating, would you please share with us if you are in support of that? Don't make a motion, just share if you're in support of continuing this. And then when we're done with our deliberation, I'll ask for that in a motion if it seems to be the majority. And if not, a different type of motion is at that time. Okay, we're going to do our best to speed this up towards the finish line. I already have several lights on. I want to, again, make sure that, Vice Chair Bauke, did you turn your light off and then turn it back on?
Yes, I did.
Go for it. It's your turn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and I'll just try to get through this quickly. It's real clear this is a very important and strategic site for the community, and we need to be very careful and deliberate about our considerations. I personally see a moderate price hotel at this location. It's the appropriate location. And I would be happy to support such with the incorporation of employee housing workforce on site to the number that's met by an independently verified housing demand. I find myself channeling, and after seeing the 2019 concept review, Commissioner Campanella's thoughts on the conceptual review 4 years ago. This can be done, and I know if the developer or operator doesn't want it, he could set aside a piece of the property to incorporate employee housing, and if it could even be the housing authority could do that. And my key principle on this project is just plain do no harm. Do not make the housing crisis worse in this city. So with that I see there's a design out there, it may not be exactly what we're seeing today, that puts the required employee housing adjacent to the railroad tracks and separates it by an extension of the Mason Street connection, which I think the funk zone definitely needs from a circulation and emergency access point of view. And we'd have a nice moderate price hotel and not make our situation worse. So that's as to the housing issue. As to the study, we need the study. The study can be provided It's done all the time. I've got multiple examples at different scales of the analysis that's been done. And this is not a new thing. It's actually coming up all the time in projects now because of the state's mandates and the crisis is before us. So I would like to see, since it's clear that it's probably best to just have a professional do this, have the city hire the consultant and the applicant pay for it. And we won't be into the sort of trying to shop consultants. You just go hire, and I can give you a list of 5 different consultants that could do this. One of them's actually under contract to the city right now for the State Street project, strategic economics. They could do this analysis. And that would be a very quick and easy way administratively to just get this done, get it answered, and get to the numbers. I've done my own back of napkin numbers on it, and the number's around 30 as far as the housing units that meet the demand this project generates. Or using methodologies other communities have done, the mitigation cost is going to be about like $3 to $5 million, depending on the number. So that's sort of what you're talking about. So I just want to put that out there. So that's where I'm at on where we are on the housing side. We just need to get on with it, give the applicant clarity, and move on. So he can either build it on site or do a combination of on site and a donation, since we can't necessarily require it. As to the CEQA
Commissioner
issue-
Balke?
Yes.
I'm sorry, thank you.
I'm going to stop you for just a moment because I want to make sure that we do something in order. I would have expected the applicant to ask for this, but just to be very clear and careful, if you would like to use your remaining 4 minutes, we should have done it before I started deliberations. Would you care to use it?
Sure, because I love to talk.
When has Mr. Cornell ever turned down extra time?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Chair Bonderson, I mean, I can see where this is going, but I just do want to make some main points.
Sure.
One, I have to say, this applicant or the owner, Sean, is demonstrating his willingness to compromise, and so that's a very important thing in a developer. There was a suggestion that there's no benefit to this project. I think, it's probably going to generate $2 million in TOT tax, and I would love to see city policy where a significant percentage of TOT tax went to housing. We're long overdue in doing that, and it's high time that we do that. Environmental review, this is a tough one. Clearly, the decision should have been made to do an EIR 2 years ago because we wouldn't be in this mess. It's too bad. 15 studies have been done, and now we're where we are, which is a shame. But in that regard, I think the idea that this has all been done behind closed doors is just not a fair analysis of this project. The hotel is coastal serving. It is in the right place to do that work, and we are providing housing, and hopefully we can get through this and we can see a path forward. Thanks. I didn't take my full time.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, but you want to use some?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we appreciate and understand and respect the process. It's not always an easy one, and there's a lot of moving parts, and hopefully you guys see that we do take this serious. We do know what we're talking about, and we did jump through a lot of the required hurdles to get to this point, and all above board. And so it is a great project, and as I said earlier, we can't solve, there's a lot of black boxes that we went into as we tried to answer questions. And so we can't solve all these problems with one project, and we can't make everyone happy. But I think we've demonstrated that we really will develop and define something that's great for the community. We will work with them at every turn, but we are, up against this thing where we can't go and clean up the site and remediate it and remove the tenants until we have approval. And same thing with the affordable housing. I mean, it was a gray area, and we did what we thought was appropriate, and we would love to get the details about how best to look at it again. I think if we can agree that those are the two things that are hanging out there, and if we can come back to the table and show you whether it's the funding, it's more housing on site, and also that we can quickly get to an answer on the CEQA one, because we're not mining for gold. There is a specific thing that we can find pretty quickly and address it. If we can do that, then I think there is a way forward here. But what we don't want is to just solve those and then come back and there be another thing popping up. And that's kind of how it felt at the beginning, and so that was the bit of our frustration. But we are here to be cooperative. We are here to help find a reasonable solution, and kind of get this project past approval. And, the site remediation will never happen until a project gets approved, so it's kind of the first step. So we do appreciate your time, and I respect everyone's opinions, and I understand the process, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gilbert. And also, Mr. Cornell, I think having the extra time is a nice way to wrap up your feelings and your thoughts. We appreciate your positive attitude. We're working towards working together. I'm going to give the floor back to Vice Chair Bauke. The music should help you speed up.
Speed up.
It feels like they're pushing us.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the next topic area which we just discussed is the CEQA issue. And with the extensive public comment and substantial evidence in the administrative record, I honestly cannot support the determination that Class 32 infill development categorical exemption is applicable due to the existence of unusual circumstances. These unusual circumstances have been expressed in a number of public comment letters. If they had not, I believe this project might have squeaked through with a 32 class exemption. And it's clear to me, if the project goes forward with the class 32 exemption, that the environmental determination will be in the courts for the next 2 years, and we'll be back here again. So I just don't think it's a good idea. I understand the thought process, but when I first saw the project, I go, okay, this is fine. But as soon as they started digging into the fact that it has all this hazardous history, and as somebody who's remediated class 3 sites, and, as some of you know, I dug up a dynamite manufacturing site that spent millions and millions of dollars and took years to accomplish that cleanup. You're not going to know what you're going to get at that site until you dig it up. And so, trust me, you may end up reopening a can of worms and end up with a Cortese site again, whether or not it qualifies as closed or not. So this is an area that's gray and is very, very problematic in the business. So I just don't think that we should be moving forward with the exemption. We're better off. We've done all the studies. Do the initial study with those studies and move forward and protect yourself legally, because I just don't think we're going to get to the point we want to if we go with the exemption, have it be an action filed against it, and we'll be back here again. I just don't understand what's to be gained. So, no, I think that's pretty much it. Back to the housing, if we can't get it on site, should we do as much as we can, but try to mitigate the impact that's just clearly asked us to do and actually required us to do in the specific plan. And until we get to that point, I can't support the project as with that not being answered. So thank you much.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Boss, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I left the April meeting with a lot of questions, and a number of them were still unanswered before today, but a lot of them have been answered. So I really appreciate the presentations. I think that was really helpful. I do still have some outstanding questions, so I am supportive of staff's recommendation to continue this project. So I want to outline some of them. First, I think a lot of us have a lot of frustration around the housing impact study, and I want to give some specifics that may help if there's a revision coming back to the Planning Commission. So first, the methodology. We went back and forth on different methodology, whether it was based on 10% inclusionary of 60 employees, state density bonus, or if it was the 7 units from 1983 minus 1, or if there wasn't a methodology. So it'd be really helpful to have actual methodology rather than just basing it on here's the number that we think is reasonable and kind of backing into it. We talked about the report not being submitted earlier, and I understand that it wasn't maybe specifically asked for earlier when before it was being docketed for the Planning Commission, but I think it's clear it needs to come back to the commission. Around accountability, there have been a lot of comments about this project not solving the housing crisis, and I hope it's clear that that's not the request from the Planning Commission. We understand we're in a housing crisis. We don't think that I don't think that this project is going to solve the housing crisis, but I'm concerned that seems to be no responsibility or accountability for reducing the impacts of a hotel on the housing market. So it feels, what I read in the housing impact study is that that enough sites for the 8,001 units have been identified already, so we have no role in providing housing. And I appreciate that you were proactive and did include 6 units, but I think there can be more. I also wanted to reference, because this didn't come up earlier, the city frequently references the Kaiser Marston study that was done for the inclusionary housing program, and I wonder if that can be used at all for methodology in the housing impact study. And that was about, for every 100 units of market rate housing, about 25 additional low-income units are needed for service workers to support the 100 market rate households that go to restaurants, dry cleaners, entertainment. So I'm curious if there's any sort of similarity there with assuming that hotel guests would create just as much of a need as the new market rate residential units. And if that's the case, then that would be about 25% really of 250 rooms or units. As far as the on-site housing for employees, I think it would be helpful to see the math for the hotel rooms or the keys and the resident balance. So kind of what is the breaking point and really what is your goal, so that we have a better understanding, again, for the methodology of how you got to 6. The community use of the property, it sounds like you have resolved a lot of that, but the implementation will still need to be, there'll still need to be some, I guess, kinks ironed out in the implementation of making sure that there's not over community use. The donation to the housing fund, I think we have resolved. It sounds like you're still open to that, and there is a vehicle. And the community outreach campaign, I was really appreciative to hear of the number of kind of one-on-one meetings that you had and a large community meeting, and I appreciate that you worked with Keep the Funk for that. So again, I'm supportive of staff's recommendation for the continuance, but want to provide that feedback, especially about the housing impact study.
Sorry, it didn't sound like the end of a sentence to me. You just stopped. My apologies. Next we have Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep this very brief. I concur with the staff recommendation. That was my big concern, were all the environmental impact report.
Thank you. Next we have Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep it brief before we all get major migraines from the music here. I really appreciate your cooperation as applicants. I find it commendable. I want to just start out by just saying, and I said this at the last meeting, there was a big benefit to this specific plan, and that was the donation of the land to build the Garden Street extension. And I think that we all need to keep that in mind as we move forward. It was a huge donation by the Wright family to the city, and the city's really benefited from it. So I think we have to look at the big picture of this too. Not in the business of housing. You're not in the business of housing. You've said that. I appreciate the fact that you have been able to put 6 units on the property. I think that that's commendable to you for people that are hotel operators, and particularly moderate hotel operation on this site is I think, really great. So I would like to see I know you're open to the Hope Fund, and I think there's definitely ways to make a contribution, put the money in escrow, or I think there were some suggestions here, even though the Hope Fund isn't actually set up yet, but I think the next ordinance committee meeting is coming up in September on that. So I would like to see that in combination with the housing units that you have. I think it's important to keep in mind that you're not in the business of housing. So I don't want to burden you in that way, but I think you could make a tremendous contribution. And if the money goes to the Housing Authority, they're in the business of providing affordable housing. The private developers are not going to solve that problem. So I wanted to just say something about art. I think that you could go a long way towards working with Keep the Funk and the Funk Zone spirit by really working on incorporating art into the project and making sure that the community knows it, because I think that that could be a real key to you. It's difficult to put, I'm going back to housing again, difficult to put housing in the coastal zone, affordable housing in the coastal zone this close to the beach. I think that's a real stretch. I am in support of continuance for the CEQA exemption and for hopefully you coming back with something to contribute to the Hope Fund. I'm not going to comment on the housing demand study, housing impact study, because we heard last time at the meeting, no one seems to know what that was. So I just think another study at this point in time, we have a housing element, a draft housing element that covers the whole city. And I think that's, to me, that's our housing impact study. That's where the RENA numbers that come from there and where we have to show that we can meet those that's the study that we should be looking at. So I think since staff kind of went, don't know what that means, I think, and I think at this point in time to burden you with additional work on a study and additional cost is not appropriate. So I'm going to leave it there, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner DeLuccio, please.
Thank you. So it'll be really cool if they had a sunset date on the specific plan. That would have solved a lot of the problems. So I'm for a continuation. I'm in favor of a continuation. We do need to get the question answered on the CEQA. I think that the public has brought up and staff has agreed to look into further. I feel like that the pieces are all there. There's so many studies and everything. I'm kind of surprised that there was an exemption. I think that they should have been a checklist. They should have gone through the a checklist, and determined if there needed to be a full-blown environmental impact report. I'm not saying there should have been, but at least some kind of perhaps an MEIR, a mitigated deck, with monitoring schedules. Because let's face it, those reports and the things and the conditions that are before us do call out for certain monitoring of the infrastructure as far as, and thank you, you're going to be contributing several $1 million to expand on the sewer line, for example. So that's in there, and you're going to do the cleanup. You have to clean up the site and for many things, et cetera. I'm not going to get into all that right now, but it sounds like that would be what the environmental vehicle would have been the way to go. But let's see what staff comes back with on that before I can comment further. But I do agree for a continuation. As far as the housing impact study, Vice Chair Buckley perhaps will give some names of who can perhaps do an impact study. I'll just leave it at that. And but when I did read the study, to me, it's like it almost cited, for the most part, what is in the housing element already. And I know it touched on some other independent studies, but it really didn't tell me very much of what I did not know already. The thing perhaps I would have liked to have seen in the study was looking at all the neighboring hotels. What percentage of those employees are local versus commute? Maybe that's a way to come up with some kind of information of I don't know, how much more housing needs to be supplied. I'm not saying you need to supply all that housing, but that type of information would have been more helpful to me. But I do want to acknowledge you for all the good work you've done and the family has done and all the improvements they've made to date. And I do think you're on the right track with the other 6 units, housing units, and also seeing how much further you might want to volunteer to contribute to the Hope Fund or whatever vehicle we would use to receive that money. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Commissioner Wardlow.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Thank you for everyone's time and efforts on this project. I know that this is long, and I know that this has been hard, and obviously it's been complicated for a number of reasons for both the commission and the applicant. I understand that the applicant is frustrated with the timing of this project, but this commission really is committed to ensuring that this project is at a bare minimum compatible with the neighborhood of the Funk Zone, and ideally that it is a benefit to our community, given this is going to be a project that will be in our community for the next 100 years. I do have sincere concerns over the appropriateness of this use on this site, though unfortunately our hands are tied by the Cabrillo-specific plan. Yet key components of this same specific plan that are governing our decision to the ability for this to become a hotel as opposed to other uses are not being met. In the 1980 specific plan, the housing study says it must adequately address an analysis of long-term and short-term impacts on housing and provide a suitable program or strategy to address and minimize any adverse impacts. To date, this has not been achieved, and I ask this applicant and staff to work together to appropriately address and comply with these provisions of the specific plan before coming back to this commission. I appreciate the applicant's efforts to provide 6 employee housing units to support their 60 employees. Given the applicant has been unable to explain its methodology for arriving at 6 units, this is inadequate for our community as we continue to tackle our housing crisis. I look forward to seeing the applicant's proposal for funds to the Housing Trust Fund to better address this inadequacy of the 6 units. Clearly, there are CEQA exemption issues, and I appreciate staff's work to work with the applicant and do additional research before coming back to this commission. I also have concerns over the consistency with our general plan and the fact that this hotel will replace longtime uses like boating, maritime, arts, and that this property has historically housed, as well as that is noted as the appropriate use in this Cabrillo-specific plan from 1980s. I look forward to seeing the recording of the community meetings that have taken place as a way to better understand if there is any support within our community for this project, because at this point we have only been presented with significant, not only, I saw one letter of support and then there was one comment, but at this point the overwhelming majority of communications we have gotten around this project from our community is opposition. So at this point, the applicant has not sufficiently demonstrated that this use is compatible with the Funk Zone neighborhood, and I cannot make the findings to support this project, and I'm open to a continuance.
Okay, thank you. And I will be the last to speak before we make a motion and move forward. So I just wanted to also just make a few reminders, things that have come up today that are important to me. First and foremost, I know that the city attorney has offered to take the time necessary to review those outstanding documents that need time. I'm also very interested if, Ms. Ostringer, you may have the ability to comment next time, if it's still necessary, on the validity of some of those emails that came in from the standpoint of the environmental review and environmental comments. That might already just be handled in your review and when you do come back. But when we get that type of extremely extensive public comments that have so much statistical detail and for me, it's very hard to give it value because I don't know, but I would really like to know its validity and the opinion of either the city attorney's office or staff. Maybe it's Ms. Peugeot who's going to give validity. But I just wanted to put that out there as far as city staff, city attorney, whoever is the appropriate body to assess those and to come back with comments on whether or not any of that is worth our attention. I'm not knowledgeable at all enough to assess those myself, but when we do get that depth of detailed information, I'd really like to know more. Next, I would love to make sure that the next time we see one another, that all written correspondence from the Coastal Commission is included in our package, mostly for the purpose of making sure that everyone has their ducks in a row and that the Coastal Commission their feedback is recorded. Additionally, that goes hand in hand with outreach. And I know it was just touched on, but to be able to have the applicants provide us with the recordings, the transcripts, and I think that if there's another opportunity for more outreach, it'll only help you. Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure to promote exceptional function and design for a project like this. And we want to make sure that it will not only benefit our community, but the project will be a project that the community cannot wait to welcome. And I think we're getting closer every time we see you, but honestly, you want to make sure that your immediate community is cheering for you guys, you know. And I think we can get there. Looking forward to even maybe getting an invitation myself, you know, something like that, so that we can participate. And lastly, I will just say I would love nothing more than the Seymour housing if it could be offered, if it's something that you're willing to look at just a little bit more. I know it can be done architecturally. You've demonstrated that it can be, and it doesn't seem to disrupt the views and then the architecture. And I'm confident that you'll make up the cost in a very short period of time because you're bringing us something fantastic. So if you are willing to explore that any further, if there's time for that, I'd really encourage it. And I would like to make a motion, if that's acceptable, to move this project forward with a continuance. Do we need to add anything to make that a motion?
Yes,
Commissioner Wardlow, please.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Wardlow. Did you? I have Commissioner DeLuccio on the screen.
Well, I just want to say, do we want to make it to a date certain, or are we just continuing?
Can we?
I would like to make it to a date certain.
We may not be able to do that. I think it's too constricting. We want to give the applicant the time to come back prepared and comfortable. I have Commissioner Wiscombe on the screen. Would you please go ahead?
Yes, Madam Chair, you made a motion to continue. I'd like to just add to that it's a motion to continue with our specific comments.
Yes.
Okay. And,
Yes, thank you
And
for-
I'll second that.
Thank you. Is there any discussion, any further discussion on the motion? Do we have a comment from staff?
Yes, I have a question, clarification. So you're requesting a new housing impact study? I understand?
Yes.
Great. So
I mean, well, hold on a second. Can we see maybe a show of hands who feels that that's necessary? So should we put that as part of the motion? Yeah, I was going to say.
Commissioner Bauke's offered to provide examples and resources to help assist with the housing study. Is that correct? So I feel like this is something that is attainable.
And my question in that regard is, in the specific plan, it says, the study at a minimum shall develop strategies and programs to minimize any potential adverse impacts. So the question is, are you looking for them to essentially mitigate? If they've come up with a housing study that says 30, are you expecting them to provide 30? Or are you expecting them to, if it's 15, expecting them to minimize it but not meet that? Because I think that's going to be something that they need to know.
My interpretation is if it says 30 total in some shape or form, on-site preferably, off-site potentially, mitigation, or we'll call it donation fees, or donation, is it
Where's
the
the
wrong-
30?
or a combination thereof. Just
And-
get to the number.
Yeah, it would be good to understand if you all feel that way, and that, so they have good direction to the applicant.
Where's the 30 coming from? I'm sorry.
The 30 was just an example. It was just an arbitrary thought.
That was just,
Be careful.
no, that was based upon just a very quick number of, basically, this is a select service hotel, about 2.3 is the number that's used in the business at the low end, and he was below that, but using that as far as a generation per room, you get to basically 30-plus employees, give or take, depending on your math. And if, the margin is from 0.23 to 0.30 for a select service. At least that's the data that's out there with STAR and other
So
organizations. So I just want to...
Can I just...
Can I finish? So that, they'll be using that kind of data, and based on that, there'll be a number. And then the question is then how much payment, there's a math equation that exists that's done in all these nexus studies and all impact studies that go into this area. So it's not unusual to come up with a number. And the question then is to the applicant how he wants to address it. I'm open to all the above, it just, so we can make the findings that it's addressed, whatever that number is.
Right, and that would be clear to know what you're open to, whether it's that number they need to meet or a less number or
So let me go ahead
contribution or
and
what?
make that into a question, Ms. Kennedy, for Vice Chair Bauke. To be very clear on what it is you're asking for, you will be able to provide very clear examples and resources to guide them, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the event that it's not clear or helpful, can you support them to get that type
Yeah,
of, to get to where you want, you're expecting them to be? I don't want to give them a limitation that they can't actually come back with. They're stuck and they can't come back.
Chair
Yes.
Bonderson, Commissioner Bauke can provide the information to staff. Staff can provide it to the applicant. The applicant can review it, but they shouldn't necessarily be having ex parte communications with a commissioner who's going to be making a decision on the project.
That's right. And I didn't, that wasn't my intention. I think it's clear to Commissioner Bauke that he won't be communicating directly with them, or anyone should be communicating directly. I just want to make sure that we aren't putting them in a limiting position that they can't come back and be successful because they're stuck. Can we give them some sort of, how can we make this motion without getting them stuck? Would you like, let me ask.
Chair
shall we-
Bonderson, the language in the specific plan is really what the language is. Staff can provide them with examples of what perhaps other cities have done, other projects have done, as a way to help them. I mean, the commission's been clear that they don't like whatever methodology has been chosen, and let the applicant come back with something else.
Okay.
I need clarification.
May I address that? I would honestly believe it'd be best that we have an independent third party create the document. I mean, this is just not unusual. A lot of communities wouldn't let the applicant do this in the first place. So, and they had their shot, in my opinion. So it's now time to get an independent third party just to do the analysis.
Okay, so just to be fair here, there's a few speakers up for discussion. I'm going to go through them, then we're going to modify if necessary or find another solution so we can wrap this up. Commissioner Wiscombe, did you have a comment on this?
Yes, I think, first of all, I don't know if the housing impact study would include any sort of contribution to the HOPE Fund or a fund, a housing trust fund, but I think that's important to know if that's part of it, number one. Number two, I would like to take this, you made a motion, I made a second. I'd like to take that separate, and I'd like to have a straw poll on a housing impact study. And any other specifics that Ms. Kennedy needs on this, because I think we may differ on that. So I think that should not be part of a continuance motion with our comments.
Thank you. Can I direct this to Ms. Ostringer? Could you comment on how that may work, or if that's appropriate to do the straw poll separately, or if you'd like it to be part of the motion?
There's a motion on the floor. I think that probably goes to the discussion I think it would be appropriate to take the straw poll first, and then.
And then add it to the motion if
And
necessary.
then if it's necessary, we can
Okay.
amend the motion.
Thank you. I'm going to just conclude these comments, and I'll open up a straw poll. Commissioner DeLuccio, did you have any further
I
comment?
need clarification. Vice Chair Buckley?
Yes.
Does these type of studies come back with a range? Or is it very specific of what they would need to do?
Some of them have a range and some of them are definitive.
Okay. So if they came back with such a study, then it becomes mandatory that we would be using that study to make a determination of how to move forward. I'm sure, and we have discretion, we have to vote on it, but then does it sort of lock us in?
Compliant, then they're meeting the spirit of what was supposed to be presented to us to even come before this body. So I think that is the purpose of ensuring that they have an adequate housing study to address the specific plan that's governing this whole thing.
I'm looking for one that's more directional, that has some discretion in it, not just something that's going to come back and say, oh, you need to contribute X number of dollars, X number of units. I would, think a study would have some sort of discretion in it. That's just my
It would be
comment.
up to the applicant to create a study that is comprehensive of all of the different elements and how they are going to adequately address our housing issues, right? It would be showing that through donating X amount of money to the housing fund, that offsets this. By providing 6 units or whatever the number of units it is that they land on, that addresses this. Some type of real study that would justify the rationale behind where we're at.
However, it seems like the comment that's been made over and over again is that that wouldn't be the applicant's responsibility at this point. It'd be a third-party, independent. Okay, just make sure, because you'd mentioned applicant.
The idea would be that the applicant would provide the information of what they're willing to do, right? What are the solutions, what are the
response
the
to
strategies and programs that they're going to implement per the specific plan, that they would provide that information to a third party, and then that third party would do an impartial study on is it or is it not adversely impacting our housing and in what ways.
Okay, so let's do, yes,
Chair
please.
Bonderson, I have to say, we don't have, as a city, we do not have the authority to tell an applicant that they have to do, they have to have that we will get something for them and they will pay us back. If we're
Right.
going to do the motion, I think the best way to do it is that that the commission recognizes that the current study that has been done is inadequate and the methodology is insufficient, that the commission strongly recommends that the applicant allow the city to go forth and retain an independent advisor to create the study, and that the applicant will reimburse the city for the study. And then hopefully we get something that the commission can accept.
Can we literally just say what you just said is what we'd like to add to is it going to be a straw poll, or is it going to be part of our motion?
That's up to you.
Right, but I'm gonna just say exactly verbatim what you just said as part of that. So may I just have a general response from my fellow colleagues? Are you comfortable putting this into a motion? Can I please have a head count? Raise your hand if you want this in a motion.
I do.
Okay, so it's 5 to 7, so.
I'm not clear on just what is being added to the motion.
Thank you. Thank you for making sure that we know that. So, okay, let me try to reiterate this. Do you want to reiterate this?
No, Tavis does.
Tava said it so well. I just maybe speak a little bit louder into the mic.
So what I was recommending, that because the city can't force an applicant, we're not at the point of conditions of approval, but that the applicant understands that the commission has found that the current housing study impact report is insufficient to make the necessary findings, that the commission strongly recommends that the applicant request that the city engage an independent contractor to do such a study and reimburse the city for the study that will then be submitted.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that help? Excellent.
Perfect.
Okay. Can we hear from the applicant, Ms. Ostringer? Is that, no, wait. Are we allowed to do this?
We have a motion on the floor. It's open for discussion among the commissioners. If you want to discuss it, it's at the chair's pleasure if she would like to entertain the question or comment from the applicant.
I have no problem with that at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. My only concern about this is that potentially we're talking about being into the city realm where they will have to do an RFP, they'll have to get multiple consultants. I would just say that the study is inadequate and it needs to be redone, and you can recommend that we get an independent consultant to do it. I don't think we have to do it through the city, and I think it's going to take a lot more time if we have to do that. So if we're going to do it, let's redo the study. Let's use a different consultant, but let us at least facilitate that just like we did all the other studies. That's all I ask.
Okay. Because we're still discussing the motion, and I have a bunch of speakers, Commissioner Wardlow, did you have your light on right now for a reason? We do have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
You seconded it. Well, because we're discussing it now.
Madam Chair, I did not second a motion about the housing impact study.
We're still discussing it, and it can be removed, or we can move forward without it. So that's where we're at. Ms. Ostringer?
Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Bonderson and Commissioner Wisdom, just so for procedurally, the motion is the motion that was by Bonderson, seconded by Wiscombe. The discussion now, it has not been added to the motion, is about whether to add this provision. The motion has not been amended, so.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, we're still
The
discussing it.
seconder does not have to accept the language, or you can add different language.
Perfect, thank you. That's what I was trying to say, is we're still discussing it. And I want to make sure that I don't miss anybody before I end this and move forward. Commissioner DeLuccio, did you have any other comments?
I think I'm good.
Okay, I'm going to clear your name.
No, I just want to clarify something, okay? We have a motion on the floor. I understand this is not part of the motion yet. Is it that it would be staff who would be doing the study, or recommending to the applicant a possible source or two that could do the study? And is it up to the applicant to actually do the study themselves?
Okay.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner DeLuccio, the way it's presently worded, the city would be, as Mr. Cornell said, would be going out and finding the contractor consultant. As Mr. Cornell pointed out, that would take longer based on our priorities. If you'd like it to be a little more clear or less restrictive, then you can put in some other language that says the applicant will, work with the city to identify an independent consultant, or just let them tell them to go out and get another study.
Oh, well, that didn't work the first time.
Okay.
So, okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to exhaust my list here. Commissioner Lodge has been patiently waiting. You're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I agree with Mr. Cornell, and that would just make it take way too much time.
Yeah. And lastly, we have Commissioner Wardlow, and then I'm going to move forward with finalizing my motion and deciding what we're going to do. Commissioner Wardlow, please.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'm supportive of the motion, of the way in which Tava explained the way in which to go about the housing study, specifically because we've asked the applicant multiple times and we've been told that it's not possible to do the study in the way in which we're hoping. So it would make sense to me that at this juncture, to save everyone's time so that we don't have another report come back that we find inadequate, that we do the process and allow for the city to recommend and go out and bid on a consultant that can do this appropriately.
Okay. All right. Well, as the maker of the motion, I would like to make this as simple as possible to support everybody so that we can get what we need, but also make it easy and speedy as much as possible for the applicant. The way I'd like to modify this motion, if there's my ability to do that at this juncture, is just to amend my motion to allow the applicant to find a third-party consultant and to move forward with that housing study. May I now, is there anything else you need as far as my modification amendment to the, my amendment to my motion?
No, you'll just need
Need to make sure that
secondaries.
Commissioner Wiscom may be in support or
I'm going to
not.
withdraw my second, thank you.
Okay.
I'll second.
We can accept a new second. That will be Vice Chair Bauke. And if there's no further discussion on this motion that has now been amended, I will go ahead and ask Ms. Esparza for our roll call vote.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscom,
No.
Commissioner Boss,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuccio,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bauke,
Yes.
and Chair Bonderson.
Yes, thank you.
Motion passes 6-1. Thank you.
And of course, and as we always do, I would like to welcome Commissioner Wiscom to share her reasons for voting
Thank you, Madam
no.
Chair. I'll just say that I think when we talked about this housing impact study, staff didn't know what it was. Vice Chair Bauke has said that they're done all the time. That should have come up prior to this meeting, so we would have known, because that was discussed at the prior meeting, that no one seemed to know what the housing impact study was. I think we've moved along quite a ways. I think it's, this is a site that is where a hotel is allowed. They're at the size of the hotel. I think they've gone above and beyond, and I think this is just another delay in spending more money on something that we may come back and the commissioners may say, oh, well, this isn't adequate. There's been no reasons given why this was inadequate. And this is not a discussion. I'm giving my reasons why I voted against it. There haven't been reasons why it's been inadequate, and I think we have a draft housing element that we've worked very hard on, and it's going to turn into our housing element, and I think it's citywide, and that's what we should be looking at. This site was not zoned, this site was zoned for housing or for a hotel. They've chosen a hotel. They're not in the housing business, and that's why I voted against it. I'm totally in favor of the continuance for CEQA and for other reasons, but not for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscom. It's always important for us to understand our no votes. I appreciate your explanation. So, Ms. DeBusk, do we need to add anything to the conclusion of this, just to ask the applicant to let you know when they're ready to come back to us? Is that how we want to conclude? Any last words from staff? No? Okay.
I think we
We're just ready to
understand.
be done here. Okay, well, in that case, we look forward to seeing you again, and hopefully we will be where we need to be. Wishing you nothing but the best for your return. And due to the late hour and the fact that we've been battling the fiesta party outside, I'm going to ask our commission to just be okay with us postponing our administrative agenda, and I would like to wish you all a happy fiesta. Viva la fiesta. We'll see you next week, August 10th. The hearing is concluded at 6:13 p.m. Thank you.